care has escalated over the years. Like I said, they expected us to be there and drop everything for them. And so I would take turns and share the care with my siblings for various hospitalizations. Then 2014 happened. We call that our spiral year in my family. My husband and I worked full time. We had 2 kids, and at the time they were in middle school. My mother-in-law had stage 4 lung cancer, and my husband was her primary caregiver. He had one other brother who lives out on the West Coast of the United States. My mom got hospitalized in the spring of 2014, and we thought we were going to lose her, frankly. She had a miraculous recovery. And it was at that point that the conversations with my dad in particular had finally come, and he'd seen the light bulb moment that he could no longer, he was burned out, frankly. He could no longer care for my mom and my older brother, and also all of the house. They were managing 2 houses at that time. He was ready for help and he was ready to move. Sadly, though, after my mom returned from rehab, my dad got sepsis, which is a blood infection. And I learned a whole new vocabulary through caregiving. And that was just one of the terms that I've had to learn over the years. My dad, we called it, in fact, the grand poobah, and he was the decision maker. And one of the last toughest decisions on all of us that he had to make was after his 4th time of being intubated, and my mom begging him even to try for the 4th time of getting off of the intubation, that he decided to spend his last week in a hospice community. We, dove in and celebrated his life, and he was alive for his celebration of life. His eyes were closed, but he was hearing everything. And he passed away on the day that my daughter first started high school. And that would be one of the very first holidays and milestone events that I had missed over the years of caregiving. When my dad died, being that he had all the reins and hands and everything, there was no time to grieve. We had to get busy as a family. And now we're in the decision-making seat. And I'm sure many of you can identify with that. The first thing we had to do was move my mom and my brother Tom to Atlanta, because there were 3 of us there to help, myself and my 2 other brothers. And my parents and my brother Tom used to live in Atlanta, so it was going to be somewhat comfortable for them. We had already started looking for a place when my dad was ready to make the move with my mom. And then we had to pivot and find a place just for my mom. It's warmer here. We knew that, we would have access to her, but all of the primary responsibilities ended up falling to me as the only daughter here in Atlanta. My brothers were here, my brother who's consistent, my other brother who's great when you're specific about the help that you need. But I felt overwhelmed, isolated, exhausted, lost. And my husband and I felt like we were just 2 ships passing in the night. My aha moment came when one of the treks back and forth from Georgia to Florida to help my parents. Being with my mother-in-law and with my parents, I had 3 very clear examples of what life looks like when you make poor lifestyle choices. Not necessarily intentional, just who they were. But again, I have these 3 examples in front of me. My husband and I were committed to living our lives differently. We did not want to repeat this caregiving cycle for our family. The idea of flipping what I saw everyone else doing, which was caring for others and then seeing if there was anything left to care for themselves, to flip that upside down became my focus. I knew that I was on a path to caregiver burnout. I'd seen it many times. And I needed to I needed to create ways to integrate self-care and caregiving and all the other pieces of my life. My first kind of dip in the pool, with, maybe it was foolish sometimes, but my first dip of my toe in this space of starting a business happened with a daily photo blog that I had on Instagram. So I had seen somebody start 100 Days of Happy. And I thought, well, that's interesting. Maybe that will get me, focused and intentional on my healthy habits. And so I started a hashtag 100 Days of Healthy back in late 2014, 2015. And, I had to get creative on the days. I had a very busy life of working and kids and caregiving, and it took intention. Sometimes it was just things like parking away farther away from the store and taking those extra steps in. Maybe it was finding a healthy substitute for something that I was craving, or an inspiring quote that I would find, or something that resonated with me as far as helping with my mental health. The focus clearly for me in the beginning was on physical self-care, eating right and exercising. And it wasn't until later in my career that really the other 7 categories, I consider 8 different categories of self-care, started to come into play. And some of those are social self-care, professional, financial, emotional, spiritual, so many different ones. But while I was figuring out and kind of trying on different things that worked for me, I was looking and identifying what was making me feel better, what was making me feel more energized, what was bringing me more peace of mind. And that's really my definition of self-care: peace of mind and feeling energized. I tried on these ideas, I kept what works, I scrapped what didn't. Now I'm a planner by nature. And at first, I didn't recognize who I was in the mirror when all of this caregiving responsibility started to come to me. I felt like I was just going from a positive person to a negative person. And I'm a roll up your sleeves and let's take action kind of gal. Writing, which was something that I studied in college, I was a broadcast journalism major. Writing really helped me heal, and it helped me process what was going on in my life. And blogging became my sanity. I really had no business starting a business. I had plenty to do and no time. Many would say no time to start a business, but I knew that I was doing something for myself and that this was healing me, and how powerful it could be to kind of share my journey with other people so that they could take pieces that would maybe help them. I'm going to be honest with you. I thought about throwing the towel in this business, which is now called Happy Healthy Caregiver. At the time, it was called Savvy Sandwicher, because the first term that I identified with was the sandwich generation, of being squeezed between caring for aging parents and caring for our kids. But I thought about throwing in the towel several times a month. But this was something for me, and I knew that I needed this to exist, not only for me, but for others who would be coming in behind me. And I didn't even know at the time that there were 53 million just in the US alone. So many more caregivers worldwide. I think there's an opportunity here for health professionals. People ask me if I could wave a magic wand, what I would change. And one of the things that I would change is for health professionals all across the world to really help family caregivers identify with being a caregiver so that they can connect to the support and resources in their community and online. As a family caregiver, I craved less to take care of. I wanted more flexibility in my life. I dreamed of, this business being a success story and that my blogging was going to take me there. I naively wrote an ebook and I tried to sell it online, and I wanted to quit my job and care for myself and for my family better. It didn't happen that way. It's taken me 6 years to resign from my day job. And how that happened was just make tiny deposits of my time into my online business. And before I really felt like I had a signal, so back in May 2021, I had a signal that I felt like there was enough of it to resign from my day job. I had a well-paying corporate job, and mind you that it was, tearful conversations with my husband about, I can do this, and what would happen if I reached out to people versus waiting for them to find me. But it did require a huge pay cut and a leap of faith. But like my self-care habits, building the business took intention. I was my target audience, the person that I was in 2014, and later my sister, who took over the reins from my mother. So my dad had passed away that summer in 2014, and my mother-in-law in December of that same year. So both of my husband and I lost a parent, and our kids lost 2 grandparents that year. I cared for mom for a little over a year and a half, and then my sister got divorced, and she wanted to take the reins of mom's primary care. This has given me more time to put into my business and to support her as in my long distance caregiving role with my brother, who now is a snowbird and spends his winter months up in Michigan and his summer months down in Atlanta. And that's because there's a lot of friction about using the car in the winter months. My mom passed in 2020. So she had 6 bonus years with us after my dad's passing. I use and have learned to use the nooks and crannies of my day for self-care and intellectual self-care on business building. When I was working full time, it was listening to podcasts on the way to work or taking a walk and really finding these twofers, these buy one, get one frees of how I could infuse self-care into my daily life. It took intention and just trying to move the needle a little bit further in my self-care and the business every day. In my business, like trial and error, there's so much trial and error in caregiving. I failed at several things. The ebook, I did not have the social following at the time to make that a success. I tried a paid membership family caregiver community that fell flat to my idea. Tried a YouTube channel collaborations for a caregiving app with a startup that I invested much time in and fizzled out. So I have thrown a lot of spaghetti at the wall and have tried to learn and see what sticks, just like the self-care habits. So here's what stuck. I got my certification as a certified caregiving consultant because I wanted to learn how to be a better caregiver for me. And I wanted to learn how I could better coach other family caregivers. And so that is something that I still offer today. And I invite you to take me up on my complimentary caregiving sessions that I offer. I saw that there were daughterhood circles, so circles of support across the US where daughters of aging parents were getting together to discuss what was going on in their lives. There wasn't one in Atlanta, Georgia, and I just knew that there had to be one. So started one of those. I think we're in our 6th year of our daughterhood circle here in Atlanta. We meet monthly. Sometimes we talk a lot about caregiving, and sometimes we just talk about life. I started the Happy Healthy Caregiver podcast. Again, years ago, I'd studied broadcast journalism, but fell into a career of information technology. It was so fun to get back into my roots. And I really see story sharing and caregiving story sharing, such as many of the stories that you all are going to share today, as a way to advocate for family caregivers. And so I invite you to listen to the 140 plus episodes that are available of the Happy Healthy Caregiver podcast on a variety of podcasting networks, Spotify, or my website. I love to public speak like I'm doing here today because I see this as a scalable way that we can reach and arm family caregivers with the tools and the resources and the support network that is going to help them in their caregiving seasons. I also wrote a book. It's called the Just For You Daily Self-Care Journal. And I wrote this journal because journaling helped me, as I said, writing and blogging and journaling. And so I wanted to focus particularly on the self-care and helping family caregivers reignite their own passions of who they are as individuals, not just caregivers. And so there's 365 prompts. There's fun monthly activity pages woven in between to really help give you a small way to infuse self-care into your daily life. So how do I monetize this business for those of you that might be curious? I know there's a variety of people here for different reasons. You want to hear about caregiving. You want to hear about the business. I look at my business as an octopus analogy with the 8 different legs. So I mentioned speaking. I'm a speaker for hire. At first I did a lot of speaking for free, and now I would need to clone myself if I could do that. So mostly speak with corporations and organizations. I'm thrilled that through the COVID pandemic, in particular, employees are really starting to take notice of how they can better support family caregivers. They're starting affinity groups and employee resource groups. If that's something that you have where you work, I would be honored to come and share some of the different strategies I have of how to infuse work and self-care into your work and caregiver life. Other topics I talk about are the worry warts and how to take action, how to embrace your role as a family caregiver. And I'm talking on Tuesday night. I have an event with No Barriers USA. You're welcome to join us there, 7 p.m. Eastern, but follow me. You'll get the details on that. But talking about microdosing self-care, because I find that a lot of times family caregivers have this all or nothing mentality when it comes to self-care. It's not just about the way that the media portrays it with bubble baths and girls' night out or weekends away. Those are fabulous, but that's not real in a day-to-day life for family caregiver. So what does that look like? What are the little microdoses that we can do in our day? And that's what I'm going to be talking about on Tuesday night. The other way I monetize, so speaking, collaborations with companies. So many companies are trying to solve the problem for family caregivers, and they offer products and services trying to reach the family caregivers, but then they don't have the channels to be able to reach them. So I have found myself to be what I call an accidental influencer. Wasn't something that I set out to do, but I have 12,500 reach across different social channels. And I love putting resources and products out there that I think are going to improve the lives of family caregivers. And so that allows me a way to partner with different companies. Remember my big first check moment. It was with Depend. And I thought, this is interesting. I'm making money in a completely different way than I thought I would as a incontinence influencer. Kind of a messy situation there, frankly. And one of my least favorite things about caregiving is the incontinence part of it. But I remember the feeling the check, and I posted it, and that gave me the signal that I knew this was a viable business, that I just had to figure out how to navigate it. Some of the types of content collaborations I do, are the videos on social media or the different posts. So it's advertising on my podcast, sponsored blog posts, writing for other people, or doing content for their platforms. And the current partners have changed over the years, like Depend and medication systems and apps that help caregivers, life alerts. And so you can check out who I'm currently working with on happyhealthycaregiver.com. The rest of the octopus of income is really primarily through speaking and partner collaborations, but then it's, affiliate relationships I have, coaching caregivers. The initial session is complimentary, but after that, I got to be compensated a little bit for my time. Try to offer it as a reduced rate so that it's affordable for caregivers. And then book sales and things like that. My brain is always working and thinking about how I can help solve the caregiving crisis. And I'm grateful for the caregiving connections and the opportunities like this one. You all, as the family caregivers, are the experts, and you're my kind of people. On top of the paid work that I do, I had mentioned that the No Barriers webinar that I'm doing on Tuesday night. I'm an ambassador for No Barriers, and that is the nonprofit that I put my time and energy in because I believe in what they're doing. They offer respite caregiver retreats for family caregivers, for youth, for veterans, and I particularly focus on the caregivers program. In fact, I'm leaving next week to go on a respite retreat with a new group of caregivers, and it's so fun to witness that transformation that they have with nature. I would not trade my caregiving experience for anything. It has made me the better version of myself. Those sandwich generation caregiving years have been the most brutal consecutive years of my life, yet I would not erase them. People say, if you were to take all your family trash and put it out on the curb and maybe go out and look for another neighbor's trash to pick up and take in and claim as your own, we would all go out likely and pick up our trash. Same family trash, because we know how to handle that. And we've created ways to mitigate those different risks. Caregiving certainly has brought my family of 4 together, and then my family with my siblings and even my extended family. And I savor those bedside conversations that I have had with both of my parents. And frankly, I had more time with them, one-on-one time, than I would have had they not had all of those issues happening. I like to say caregivers are so employable when they return to the workforce because there's so many skills that we gain that are transferable life skills. I know I gained compassion, self-compassion too, resilience, patience, and definitely stress management, managing multiple priorities. All of these things are skills that are transferable. And this has prompted me to, hone in on my passion and explore a purposeful career that uplifts me. So the past 7 years with Happy Healthy Caregiver, I've met remarkable family caregivers and other passionate business owners, and I'm super grateful for this experience. Both my parents were also writers. My dad was an entrepreneur. At first, I worried that my mom was going to judge my content, and I thought, what is she going to think about me, like putting our life out there? But she actually did the exact opposite. She was a huge cheerleader of what I was doing. And my sisters and I talk all the time that we wish our dad was here to bounce business ideas around with us. My other sister's an artist, and my other sister has a health-related agency. I know that my folks are together, and that gives me peace, and and that they're looking down and learning about my happy, healthy caregiver business and seeing how I'm spending my days, and they're also appreciative of how I'm able to care for myself, and that's which is allowing me to care better for all of you and my family members. Thank you for this cathartic opportunity to share my caregiving and entrepreneurial story. I'd love to stay connected with all of you. You can find out all about me and the resources that I offer on happyhealthycaregiver.com. Follow me there on all my social channels where you like to hang out. You're going to get caregiving and self-care tips. I would be grateful if you subscribed, rate, and review the podcast. You can join the newsletter. I will put that link in the chat of how you can do that, but it's bit.ly/HHCE news. And that will give you heads up on upcoming events and different articles and things that are happening. And I invite you to schedule that complimentary coaching session with me. You can find the scheduling link on my website, or you can do the contact us page. And with that, I'm an open book. So if there's questions, I'm happy to answer any of the questions that you have. Thank you again.
Wow. Thank you so much, Elizabeth Miller. That was so informative. I mean, I'm just writing down things. It's so much goes on in caregiving, right? So we have to understand that professional and or family, it really toll on you. One young lady, I see a Facebook user that said she loved this because caregiving can be very isolating and difficult, as we all know. That was my husband. She was her husband's caregiver, doing this for 18 months. He battled with cancer, and supporter when my sister was out. There's chief support system. So there we have it. Caregiving can be isolative, it can be frustrating, it can be lonely. So just to have someone to support you. And you mentioned about we all need respite care. We all just needed to just get away. And that's our nature. Because you know what I did yesterday? Ironically, I turned off everything.
The day before a huge event? That's big.
I'm sorry?
I said the day before a huge event, that's big. That's big to just take some time away, but you needed that. You're plugged in all day today.
I'm telling you, yes, ma'am. People in the listening audience, I turned off everything. When I say everything, camera, everything was turned off. And I just listened to, I'm on the road, and where I'm at right now, it was just storming. That just the rain just coming down and just, I mean, just hitting on the window. It was so, it was relaxing. Thing ready for this event here, this epic event was wonderful. However, all went aside to just relax and just take the load off. Elizabeth B. Miller, we thank you so much for joining us. You have a busy schedule, but we thank you for taking out the time to join us today on our, and this is July 2020, the heart of a caregiver. So we look forward. You have Elizabeth B. Miller information. Please connect with her, healthy caregiver and beyond. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Enjoy the day today, everybody.
You too. Thank you. Hey, moving forth. A lot of wisdom nuggets going to be shared today. Started. Elizabeth B. Miller just kicked us off with the happy, healthy caregiver. That is just the beginning. Continue to stay with us. We have a plethora of speakers, there's a family. So hang in there with us. Get your notes, get your pen, get your paper, and we're going to take notes. I apologize. We're going to take on everyone that's coming forth. You may have a favorite speaker that's coming forth. However, we stay because guess what? Everyone is coming to bring a different story. So hang in there with us. We have our next wonderful speaker that's coming, and she's going to share her story on being coming next. I believe I have Cynthia E. Fields is coming to the stage. Get her to the stage. Cynthia E. Fields is going to share how do you caregive. Cynthia E. Fields, let me have her come on up to the stage. Cynthia E. Fields, come on through. We're going to have us a good time today. Cynthia, I can have you come on back up. Cynthia E. Fields. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for joining us. Cynthia is out of California, and she's going to share with us how to, let me get this right now, how do you the caregiver in your life. Cynthia, I'm going to let you have fun with this. Take it away.
Thank you, Sherelle. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on the stage today. The topic that I have chosen to share is how do you support the caregivers in your life? So with that, I will share that my introduction to caregiving actually started in junior high school when my father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. And my mother became his caregiver at home. She took care of him at home for 10 years and up until he passed away. And so now, decades later, I found myself in the position of having to help provide care to my mother, who now has a number of medical issues that she's dealing with. And because of those medical issues, she has a lot of medical appointments that she needs to get to. My mother does not drive, and this need arose during a time when I was taking a break off of work. So I took over the responsibility of taking my mother to and from her appointments. Now, my mother lives an hour away. She lives with my sister. And so when she has an appointment, it requires me to drive an hour to get to her home, to pick her up, take her to her appointments. And sometimes the appointments are only 15 to 20 minutes. I spend time with her, and then I take that hour drive back home. So it's a 2-hour drive to, in many cases, take her to an appointment that only lasts for like 15 to 20 minutes. But it's something that I do willingly because it's a need that my mother has. And I want to make sure that she stays in the best health possible and that she gets the care that she needs. And because she is going to those appointments regularly, not missing appointments, following doctor's orders, a lot of her health conditions have been able to be stabilized. But if there was no one available to take her to those appointments, that would not be the case. Now, there are instances where my mother has appointments, several appointments during a week. There have been times where she's had 3 appointments during a week, and those appointments are on different days, 4 appointments, and they're all, again, on different days. So instead of me driving back and forth each day, I choose to just spend a few nights there during the times that she has those appointments to make it a little bit easier for myself. So we as caregivers, we have to take care of ourselves and make decisions that work in our best interest while we are taking care of our loved ones. So with that, that means that I'm away from my own household for long stretches and away from my husband because I am married. There have been instances where I've had to do that back to back. So there was an instance most recently where my mother had 3 appointments within a week. So I was there for like 4 days. Then I went home for 2 days, and then I went right back for another like 4 or 5 days. So I think someone mentioned that, you know, being a caregiver, it can be a grueling experience and be a demanding experience. And so exercising some form of self-care during that process and making wise decisions that allow you to work wiser or smarter and not harder. So remember that. Work smarter and not harder when you're giving care to your loved ones so that you can help take care of yourself. So anyway, yes, I will take the time to go and provide care for my mom. But I also provide support to my sister. And so those are the two areas that I found myself in now is one, providing care to my mother because of her health issues. And then two, providing support to my sister because my mother lives with my sister. So my sister is caregiver 24/7, right? 7 days a week, all day, every day. And me going out to help with appointments and to help with errands helps to lift some of the load off of her. Now, with me, I'm sorry. In addition to that, I wanted to say that in addition to the appointments that I take my mom to, I also commit to giving one weekend or spending one weekend each month to spend with my mom to give my sister a break, right? So she can exercise some form of self care. Because if no one shows up to provide relief, if no one shows up to watch over my mom because she has had a lot of falls lately, and leaving her alone right now would not be a wise decision. So, but in order for my sister to be able to engage in self-care, there has to be someone there to provide relief for her and to allow her to get a break. So in addition to me committing to taking my mom to these appointments throughout the week, I also commit to a weekend. So no matter what appointments or my mom has, I still have that weekend per month. And so it's not uncommon for me to show up at my mom's house or my sister's house on a Friday and be there through that following Tuesday or Wednesday in my effort to be there for my mom and also be there for my sister. Now, throughout this process, having a support network has been huge for me and very important. And that's what has helped me to get into and really dive into and embrace what I'm going through right now. So having my husband, who has been so completely supportive. Richard Fields, if you are online, I appreciate you so much. My husband has never complained about the time that I spend with my mom. He's never asked any questions about, why are you doing this and why are you spending so much time? He's never put any pressure on me to go back to work and bring in an income. His attitude has always been, your mom is the priority. You need to take care of your mom. I have this covered. So having that spiritual head, the financial leader in my life during this time has been very critical, because as my spiritual head, he's also encouraged me, and he's also brought me to different scriptures to help encourage me when I feel down, because it can be an emotional process, right? You can deal with varying types of emotions when you are providing care to someone, because in a lot of cases, it involves a great level of sacrifice, and a sacrifice that we do willingly because we have the heart of a caregiver, but yet and still, there are going to be some highs and some lows. So having a support system and help you through that is crucial. And my husband has been that for me. I also have what I call my sister friends, my sisters in Christ, who also have encouraged me. They listen to me without judgment. I will say that again. They listen to me without judgment. And having people like that in your corner during times such as this is important, because you want to have this safe zone where you can speak about your experiences, the good, the bad, the ugly. You can share your struggles, and you can share, if it's a down day, if you're having negative thoughts, having people in your corner who will listen, not judge, but then encourage you is very important. And my sister friends have been of the same vein of my husband, that my mom is the priority. Work can wait. Making money can wait. And utilize this time and embrace this gift of time to spend with your mom, to help to create those precious memories and to spend quality time with your mom. And also encouraging me with scriptures when I'm feeling down, or when I start focusing more on the carnal side of me, and I get away from the spiritual side. My sister friends are the ones who are able to pull me back in, like, okay, wait a minute, your perspective is off right now. You need to be focused above, you need to be focused on God. Here are some scriptures to encourage you. So having that support system has been huge for me. And I'm sure that other caregivers would attest that having or not having a support system is very important and makes a huge difference in this journey that we find ourselves on. So one of the major struggles that I've had, even though I've had the support of my husband, I hear these words of encouragement, be there for your mom. Your mom's a priority. Don't focus on work. My struggle has been this internal conflict that I've had with wanting to get back into the workforce, wanting to focus on my career, but then wanting to provide care to my mom and be of support to my sister. So for someone who's gone to school and has gotten the education and degrees, and I had found myself advancing up the career ladder like I wanted to have that now gone and now having to shift to take care of my mom, I realized that I was actually going through a grief process and processing the losses that I had experienced through this transition. So I was processing the loss of not being gainfully employed, processing the loss of not having my own income, processing the loss of not going up that career ladder and advancing how I had been. All of that came to a standstill, and all of that is no longer existent in that realm of what I was used to. And so it's been an excruciating process. I'll just be very transparent, a very excruciating, emotionally draining process as I've tried to hold on to the me that I knew and the me that I was used to, and then embracing this new me, which looked completely different. And so a lot of times I've prayed about it, I've cried about it, I've prayed and cried at the same time, because there's this battle, because I wanted to be able to do both. I wanted to be able, and still do want to be able to be there for my mom and for my sister, but at the same time, wanting to get back to the old me. And so just the battle, the conflict was just so intense. I could feel it with my spirit. I could feel it in my emotions, my thoughts. I was very off kilter, and my peace was completely disruptive. And again, my supporters were still saying the same things. Your mom is a priority, focus on your mom, no pressure from my husband to work. So I was hearing this, but I wasn't listening. I wasn't internalizing it and using what my supporters were saying to help me to get through the process. I guess a part of me was, I guess you could say, I was a little stubborn. But yeah, it was just a difficult time. And I would imagine that a lot of caregivers experience that as well, because caregiving is something that can occur at the snap of a finger. Someone that we love can get sick in an instant. Look at COVID. Some people got so incredibly sick and are still recovering from COVID, experienced long haul COVID, and all of a sudden, family members found themselves in the position of having to take care of their loved one. So it wasn't something that was planned. It was just something that was thrust upon them. And that is a transition, and it can take a while to get to the point of acceptance. And so that was the process that I was going through when this initially started. And I will tell you, there was one instance where my thought process and my ability to accept the here and now occurred in a moment. All these months and all these weeks of dealing with this internal conflict and battling with my will compared to God's will, according to what my supporters were telling me and according to what I knew, honestly, but I was still battling against it. All of it changed, or began to change, in one instant. And it happened when I was at my mother and sister's house. And it was during that one of those stretches where I had been at my sister's house 1 week for 3 appointments that week, again on 3 separate days, had taken a break, and then returned for 4 appointments that week on 4 different days. And I was really starting to feel a little bit overwhelmed at that time, just with the travel back and forth, trying to maintain home, trying to be there for my mom and sister, and then still that battle of wanting to go back to work and wanting to help out with my mom. So what happened was I had taken my mom to an appointment. We had gotten back. And when I show up, I don't let my conflicts, I never let that show up in front of other people. I always show up as positive and happy and smiling, and things are good. But internally, there's that battle that people have no idea is going on, and I've never shared this story. So anyway, I had taken my mom to her appointment, and I was in the guest room, and I was sitting on the bed, and the door was open, and I was just kind of alone with my thoughts. The light was off, and I was still just kind of processing, oh my God, I need to be here, but I so want to get back to work. I need to be here for my mom, but I'm so ready to start climbing back on that career ladder. So I'm doing all of this, and I see my mother in the midst of this process. I see my mother walk from like the living room area to her room. And I see her walking, and I see her frail stature walking to her room with the use of her walker. And all of a sudden, this small voice said, "She needs you." And it just caused me to pause. That was it. Those 3 words, "She needs you." And it was in that moment that I realized that in this space and time, this is my purpose. It was during that time that I was finally able to listen to what my supporters were saying, in that my mom is the priority. Focus on your mom. Work can wait. Making money can wait. Climbing up the career ladder can wait. Focus on your mom. This is the time to spend precious time with my mom, create precious memories with my mom, because one thing about time is that we can't get it back, right? So utilize this moment, utilize this time, embrace this purpose that God has created you to fulfill. Before I was even in my mother's womb, He knew that this was going to happen. He knew that I would be the one in the position to help my mom, and that it was time for me to stop battling it. This was something that was divinely created for me to fulfill. This was the gap that I had the ability to fulfill. And I was so busy battling, this is what I do for my mom, this, obeying God and battling, but I want to go back to work. I was so busy in that battle that I couldn't embrace the grace that God was giving me. He was giving me the grace and the blessing of time to be able to spend with my mother in her golden years. Because whenever I show up, and I'm not saying this to brag, but I'm just saying this as a reality, whenever I would show up to be there for my mom, whether it was to take her to an appointment or to spend stretches with her, days with her and my sister, she had the biggest smile. I could just tell that there's just this sense of peace and this sense of happiness. And she's always so appreciative when I'm there, so appreciative for everything that I do. And because I had that battle that was going on, I was ignoring that. That's a huge blessing, to be able to be there for my mom the way that I am. My God, my Father in heaven, He knows how much I love my mom, how enduring that love is. And He knew before this even happened that I and my mother would want this time with each other. And He orchestrated things in His divine nature, in His sovereignty. He worked things out so that I have been the person chosen to be there for my mom in that time of need. But it was this process, this transition that I had to go through to arrive to that point. And again, my supporters were the ones who were planting the seed to help me to understand and accept that. And once I heard that voice, "She needs you," everything fell into place. And so with that, I have been able to be more at peace with what's going on with me. I have not experienced that battle since then. Praise God. Thank you, Jesus. And so instead, I've been able to just really enjoy this time with my mother and do it peacefully, and doing it in a way that gives God the glory. Because again, He created me for this purpose. And who am I to say anything different? I don't get to choose what my purpose is here on earth. He chooses that. And so if he's designed me for a specific purpose, then that's what I want to make sure that I walk in a way that I fulfill that purpose. So again, this journey for me, this transition, it would not have been possible without the help of my supporters. If I didn't have my husband in my ear, my sisters in Christ in my ear, trying to get me more spiritually focused on what I was supposed to be doing or what I'm supposed to be doing in my life right now, I honestly believe that I would still be in that battle of, okay, it's time to go back to work, having that urgency. I want to go back to work. No, but I want to take care of my mom. And as things stand right now, or as they have been, those two things don't work together. So I would still be battling. Thank God and praise God for sending supporters my way. So with that, I will say that most of us, if not all of us, know someone who is a caregiver. It could be a family member, it could be a friend, it could be a church member. And so my question to you is, how do you support the caregivers in your life? And so I have a list of 6 ideas that I want to share with you. And because of time constraints, I will share 3 with you, but I will share my contact information at the end if you are interested in getting the entire list. So first list, number 1, how do you support the caregivers in your life? Number 1, give them a break. I will say it again, give them a break. Volunteer to take a day, volunteer to take a couple of hours, volunteer to take a weekend to provide support. In many cases, caregivers are taking care of someone who cannot be left alone. The individual that they're caring after needs someone to watch over them, make sure that there aren't any falls, make sure that they're being fed, make sure that they're taking their medication. So it can be difficult for a caregiver to engage in self-care if they don't have a support system, if there is not someone who is willing to come and give them a break. So that's the first thing that you can do. Give them a break. If you are not in a position to give them a break, and especially if it's someone who requires a lot of hands-on, if there's diaper changing that needs to be involved, if there are feeding tubes, the level and the degree of need varies on the situation. So if it's that type of a situation, maybe you could even volunteer or offer to pay for a nurse to come in to help that caregiver to give them a break. That's another option. And believe me, breaks are so appreciated. And I'll just take a little pause here. For individuals who are not taking care of anyone else, they're not responsible for taking care of anyone else in this type of a regard, it's easy for you to say, oh, I'm just going to go for a mani-pedi. I'm just going to go and get my hair done. I'm going to go for a vacation. Caregivers can't do that. They don't have those type of liberties because they are tied to taking care of that person, their loved one. And so in order for them to engage in self-care and get their hair done and go shopping and have a lunch date, they have to have someone to come in willing to give them a break. Do that for them. Number 2, show up for them. Stop by for a visit. Give them a call. Send a card. Send an encouraging text or an email and show them that you care. Before I got into this position of being a caregiver, there's a member of my church who was providing care for her mom. Her mom couldn't speak. She couldn't walk. She couldn't do anything on her own. And she would go to her mom's house every other weekend to help take care of her. And so she's in the house alone with her mom, no one to talk to. And so one day I said, hey, you know what? What would you think about me coming over to have lunch with you? Tell me what you want for lunch. So I went, I grabbed the lunch, I stayed there and we talked and we ate and fellowship. And she really appreciated that. Just having someone to come in and just show up. So the third one, number 3, listen. So caregivers may feel like people don't care about what they're doing, that they don't care about what they're going through, that they don't understand what they're going through. And sometimes a loved one just needs a listening ear, but a listening ear that is not judgmental. So, as I mentioned before, there's a lot that goes into caregiving emotionally, spiritually, intellectually. And sometimes we as caregivers just need to vent. And sometimes it may be a negative statement. Sometimes it may be something that you may be surprised to hear, but it's something that needs to come out. So be that listening ear, again, without judgment. And then when you are listening, encourage them with scripture, and let them know that you do appreciate them, and that you appreciate them sharing, and create this safe space and become that trustworthy person that the caregiver can lean upon when they need to. So those are the 3 tips that I have. Again, I have a list of 6. And if you would like to have the entire list, you can send me an email at fields.cint@gmail.com. That's my last name, Fields, FIELDS .CYNT@gmail.com. And I can send you that list. I also have a list of quotes for caregivers. So if you're interested in sending a note to someone to encourage them that's specifically targeted to caregivers, I can send that to you as well. I also love to speak about my experiences with caregiving. I speak about female issues. I speak about dealing with fear. So if anyone is interested in having me to speak at an event, I will be glad to share that with you. I've also co-authored a few books. And if you are interested in finding out about my books, the ebooks, the print version of the books, again, send me an email at fields.cint@gmail.com. And I will close again with my question to you in the audience. How do you support the caregivers in your life? Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you, Sherelle, for this platform. And I will turn things over to you.
Come on through, Cynthia E. Fields. Thank you so much. Wow. Cynthia's just given us a wealth of information. Like she just said, you can connect with her. Put the information, please, Cynthia E. Fields, in the comments so they can connect with you. And listen, I'm going to let you go back downstairs. I'm going to share something right now. Right? I'm just going to take a pause for the cause right here, because there was a lot of information that was given out so far. And guess what? This is the thing. We already know that caregiving it's a lifetime. It can be a lifetime, especially if you are what? A professional and or a family caregiver. Cynthia just shared with us, and Elizabeth B. Miller just shared with us how they are family caregivers. Elizabeth B. Miller had taken care of her mom and her dad. Okay. And then Cynthia is a family caregiver. She has taken care of her mother and still is taking care of her mother. So listen, the things, the keys that they given to you all to help you to be a better caregiver, take heed to it. I'm telling you right now, caregiving, I'm a professional caregiver. Let me just interject that in there. I've been a professional RN for over 25 years. 20 and counting. 20 years plus. And I'm telling you right now, with the healthcare and everything that's going on, it appears that it's not getting any better. However, this is why a lot of family members are at home now. Why? Healthcare has changed. It has evolved in the 20-some years I have been in the industry. The help is just not there. So guess what? Even during the pandemic, a lot of family members were thrust into becoming a caregiver. Whether they wanted to or not, it happened. The pandemic came in. We didn't know anything about it. It happened. But the people had to be thrust into a situation, some of them, that they were not prepared for. How do you go home from a job and then come home and take care of family member 2? That is very exhausting. Where do you get your respite care from? Who comes in and help you out? It is real. And I'm sharing with you now, and the other speakers are going to share with you how they are dealing with these situations. We have a speaker that's coming forth that's going to talk about grieving and how she dealt with that. We have another speaker that's coming forth that's going to share how she's taking care of her disabled son. We have another speaker coming forth that's going to share how to be a fearless caregiver. So listen, stick and stay, get your notepad, get your pen, take notes, connect with these speakers. They are professional and they are family caregivers, and it does not stop. My name is Sherelle D. Mims, and I'm going to keep coming at you because we have some things we're going to share with you later. But right now, I have coming to the stage. Let's see who's next on my wonderful list. Dun, 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 Drum roll, please. Okay, you got to have some entertainment in this thing, right? So next coming to the stage, let me bring her up right now. It is going to be Judy Amber. And Judy Amber is coming to share how she's surviving her grief journey. Judy Amber, take it away.
Thank you, Miss Sherelle. I really want to give thanks and all honor for her even having this platform. It is such a huge deal. So again, as she said, my name is Judy Amber, and I actually have a twofold because I work in the professional field and in the home field here personally. So I have been in caregiving for 24 years. The first 5 years were with the mentally challenged, and then the past 19 years have been with TBIs. And if you are not familiar with what a TBI is, it is a traumatic brain injury. So I take care of those folks who, in my opinion, they were me and you today, and the world was flipped upside down. Most of the time, it's due to a car accident. Although it can be from falls, it could be from a series of events. And I have taken care of people that they are in wheelchairs, tube feedings, they obtain diabetes, all kinds of things. So I deal with that on a daily issue, on a daily basis. But I have a question for y'all. When you think of a caregiver, who do you think of? Because again, as I started out, I'm in the professional field. So the first thing I always thought of was a doctor, a nurse, an aide, someone in the professional field. But yet you realize that the minute you become a mother, you become a caregiver or a father. Um, that baby, when it's as soon as you find out you're pregnant, your world changes, and all of a sudden it's not about you anymore because you treat your body differently, because all of a sudden you are responsible for another person. So you see, your caregiving starts the moment you bear a child. Now, as you're raising your children, you go through a lot of different avenues with them. They challenge you, you get scared. Children think they're inevitable. But where I bring it together for you, in the process of working in the traumatic brain injury field, I used to tell my kids, oh my gosh, they're just thought they were invincible at times. And I'm thinking, you're going to be the death of me yet. But where the turn took was when all of a sudden one of my own children got sick. And in the process of her getting sick, I took her into the hospital, just thinking she would need an antibiotic, something just to help her get past, over what she was fighting. And I'm going to share this with you because it is a hard story. And I'm sure that many of you out there, there are some people out there can relate. And I'm going to go into detail, so it could be hard. And if you get teary eyed, that's okay. And I won't apologize if I get teary eyed as well, because it's very real. And tears are not signs of weakness. Tears are simply because you care about your loved one. So I found myself to a point where I took her into the hospital. She actually went by ambulance. And when we got there, we're just going through the basics. We'll just need to get you on some antibiotics. And they tested her. They did a spinal tap. And they diagnosed her with viral meningitis. And it's funny because at first I'm thinking as a parent, what is viral meningitis? I didn't know. And I thought as a parent, I should know what this is. But I didn't, and that was okay. So they said, well, we'll admit her, she'll be coming home Wednesday or Thursday. She'll be fine. We'll just get her on some antibiotics. And I was like, okay, cool. So, of course, I called my job and I was like, hey, my daughter's in the hospital. I'm not going to be in. She hates hospitals, hates needles, the whole nine. I'm not going to leave her side. So she gets admitted. I'm in there with her and she's doing okay, up and down and up and down. And all of a sudden, she started taking a turn for the worse. And I recall her we were watching a movie together in her room, and her brother and sister and her boyfriend at the time and her father were over there playing a Wii that the hospital had brought in. And all of a sudden, she looks at me and she says, Mommy? And I was like, yes, baby. She says, give me a hug, Mommy. And I give her a hug, and she says, give me a kiss, Mommy. And I was like, okay. I'm thinking this is a little weird, but okay. And she says, I love you, Mommy. I said, I love you more. And we had this little game that we would play. I love you more. And I would never let her win, though. I always got the last word of I love you more. But this particular day, as she was doing this, she started to speed up in saying this. Give me another hug, Mommy. Give me another kiss, Mommy. Give me a hug, Mommy. Give me a kiss, Mommy. I love you. I love you more, Mommy. And finally, I said, whoa, 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 baby. Okay, okay. I says, you love me more. Let's relax. And all of a sudden, she looks over to the side and she says, who are you? What are you doing? And right away, I was like, oh my gosh, everybody out. Something is going terribly wrong here. This is just not right. And as they left the room, she ended up just like she was still there. She was still living. She was alive, but they came in, they gave her Tylenol, they tried to get her to relax. So we got her a point where she was okay there. And I stayed the night with her. And as the night got later, all of a sudden it was around midnight. I had asked my best friend to come help me because I was getting tired. The hospital was short staffed, so it was getting rough. So my best friend, of course, she says, of course, I'll be there. So she was on her way. As she was on her way, I kind of looked down and I was like, something's not right. And all of a sudden, I don't even remember if someone was there or not, but I remember looking up, yelling out to anybody that could hear me, not even knowing if anyone was there. Hey, is she breathing? No, is she breathing? No, 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 is she breathing? And I'm telling you, all of a sudden, her room was filled with doctors and nurses, and they started to perform CPR on her. And I'm telling you, I was so lost. And I remember her arm just kind of falling down and a ring fell off of her finger. And I walked around the bed and I picked this ring up and I started to walk out of her room. Now I had no idea where I was going, what I was doing. I didn't even know what was happening. And when I walked out that room, I heard a voice yell my name, Judy. And I looked over, and it was my best friend Brandy as she stepped off the elevator. And all I could do was look at her, and I said, Brandy, she's not breathing. She's not breathing, Brandy. Now, I know I went through a little moment there after that I don't know what happened, because the next thing I do remember was a neurologist approaching me, telling me the worst news any parent could ever hear. I'm sorry. There's nothing we could do. She's brain dead. What? What do you mean? He said there was too much swelling in her brain, that her stem collapsed, and she was brain dead. From there, they medevaced her to another hospital where she was put on life support. And then I had asked my best friend Brandy to go get my other two children. Now, at this point, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. And I remember she says, well, what do I tell them? And I was like, you can't tell them anything, because if you do, none of you are going to make it here safe. I'll tell them when they get here. So when they got there, I remember hearing my daughters cry, and it was the most horrific cry I've ever heard, and I will never forget it. But then I remember asking, who told them? And I was told that I did. And I had no recollection of telling them. To this day, I have no recollection of telling them. But they said it was me, that I insisted on telling them. And they gave us a room where they said that I had told them. So then we spent some hours in the room with her on life support. And I remember the doctor says to me, if you want to lay in the bed with her, you can. And I was like, really? And that was all it took. And I laid with her. And I stayed there by her side to the end. We were then told that we needed to decide what time to let her go. Let her go. How do you let a loved one go? How do you let a child go, let alone have to decide what time? And I heard so softly my son's voice, and he said 9 p.m. And I looked up and I was like, 9 p.m. I said, why 9 p.m.? And he said, that's what time she always went to bed. Let's let her go to sleep. There was not a dry eye in that room, as you can imagine. Through this process, I remember going through feeling just so numb and empty. I went home that night without my baby girl, clueless, just numb beyond. And you go through this when you lose someone. You're just going through the process. You're going through the motions of numb, empty, angry, and you're just living this, going through the motions of life. And I remember as I was going through this and trying to process all of this, it got to a point where I had to go back to work because you see, your bills don't stop. Life doesn't stop. And everybody else moves on and you feel stuck here in this space. And it was probably about 2 years after she passed, and someone had says to me, damn, Judy, you're looking good. And all I could think is looking good. I was like, what do you mean I'm looking good? And she told me that I was getting my color back. And all I could do was laugh. I'm thinking, getting my color back? I'm already pale. Are you kidding me? I didn't know I could get any whiter. And I kind of laughed and thought it was funny. But this thing, it doesn't just take you out emotionally and mentally, it flushes you physically. And you get like this ash color. So as time was going on, I did different support groups, and I found out that in the long run, it wasn't for me. It served its purpose at the time, and it is a good thing. But I found that if I stayed there, I would stay stuck. And stuck is something I didn't want to be. I knew that I had to find a way to get back. And I knew for a fact that my daughter would not want me to be stuck living my life like that forever. So as life goes on, and I started speaking out because somebody actually told me I had a story to share, that very story. And at first I was like, no, 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 no. I don't have a story to tell. This is why would I want to tell this? And she had said that it would make a difference. It would help people because she saw me along my journey, and she saw how I'm surviving it, and that I could help other people. And my first thought was, oh, do you know what you're asking me to do? I'm going to cry. This is too hard. But I did it anyway, because it got to the point that I said, if I can help just one person, then it's worth sharing. And I found out that it helps more than just one person. So I will do it again and again and again. So many people have lost their lives. COVID, again, as it was just brought to your attention, so many people have lost loved ones, and we get angry. We don't understand. But bad things do happen to good people. And the truth is, we all have an expired time. We just don't expect it to be sooner. And it has just been like the past couple months. Believe it or not, it's going on 13 years. This month will be 13 years since I've lost my daughter. She was 16 years old. And just a few months ago, I actually learned that there are 5 stages to grief. And I was like, I kind of laughed about that because here it is 13 years later, and I'm like, 5 stages of grief. What are you talking about? But there are. You have depression, anger, bargaining, acceptance, and I have to think of the other one because I just did them out of order. But the thing is, as I was going through this, I didn't realize that there were actually 5 stages because all I knew I was going through this dang thing. And then when I came back to work, I had to flip it back and go take care of people again. And that was hard because a part of me, honestly, I thought, wow, I got to go back and take care of these people. And sometimes I would think, oh, these guys that I take care of are so lucky they got this second chance. Why didn't my daughter get a second chance? But you see, it's okay to question because we're angry and we don't understand. But there's a reason, and who knows, she could have been saved from something worse down the line that I would have been unaware of that could have happened. It was her time, and I had to realize that it's a bigger picture. She was given to me by God. She was God's first. And I was honored to have her for the 16 years I did. And trust and believe, I carry her in my heart and mind every single day. I would do anything. I would love to have her back, hands down. But I wouldn't be here right now helping other people if this didn't happen. So her legacy, it lives on through me. And if this was the calling that I was given, then so be it. And I will continue to do it as long as I have breath in my life. So I want you to know, to get through this, the 3 main tips that I can give you that have gotten me through my grief journey. One, first and foremost, has been God. Because when I couldn't see a way, He made a way. Sometimes friends and family, they're there for you and you can't push them away. But at those silent moments when nobody seems to be there, He's there for you and He simply wants you to reach out to Him. He's got you. My second thing is your family and friends that are there. It's so easy out of anger to push them away. But you got to think a little bit. They're there for your best interest. They hurt too because we're not the only ones that lost that person. They did too, and they care. The third thing, you need to find out your why. What do I mean by that? What is it for you that's going to give you a reason to keep going? Who is it? What is it you believe in? And it has to be something bigger than you. For me, I still had 2 other children that needed me. So I couldn't make any kind of excuses and wimp out. They were just children. So I had to pull it together. And trust and believe there's a support group out there for you. So with that, I can be found. If you would like to get in contact with me, I am so open to helping people. I speak out on this. I'd be happy to speak out for anyone that needs anybody to come out there and speak for them. You can find me at judyamber.com. And just know, I always came to this, and it sounds kind of silly, but I came to this conclusion that, we talk about life and death. And when someone dies, we feel like life is over. But I'm here telling you that there is life after death. There's your life, and it matters. Take time to take care of you because you still matter. You're still here, and you still have a purpose. We carry that loved one with us forever. They don't leave us in that aspect. And just think what a day, when it is our time, what a day it will be to be reunited, never to be parted again. With that said, Ms. Sherelle, back to you.
Come on through, Judy Amber.
I
Yeah.
did it without crying.
Come on through. So this is wonderful. I just want to share a couple of things here. And yes, you did do it without crying, but guess what? That is part of the healing. Can we mute? You got to mute.
Yes.
I'm going to let you go back down for a minute.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Thank you so much, Judy, for joining us. That's Judy Amber. She has come and shared her family and professional caregiver story about how she's dealing with grief and how she's getting over the grief process. It's been 13 years, but guess what? When you grieve sometimes, you never forget. You can't forget your daughter. You can't forget your son. Yes, they are family members, but guess what? God will make it easier for us, right? We got to have an anchor. We got to have some support. So Judy Amber, we thank you so much for sharing your tips with us. And everyone, take down the information. Judy has given us some wisdom nuggets. Connect with her and find out how you can survive your grief. Thank you so much, Judy Amber. We appreciate you and your time. Okay, let's keep this thing moving. I'm just saying, I have a question for you while we're here. This is a good time to take a pause for the cause. You in the audience, do you have a caregiver story, a professional or a family caregiver story that you would love to share on this platform, the Global Caregiver Speakers? Then what you need to do is get in contact with any of the speakers on the platform and myself. My number is 260-218-3377. You can connect with me personally, and we'll get you up on the platform. We have other things that's going on, which I'm going to share later about the Global Caregivers Network and the Global Caregiver Speakers. These are just some of the speakers that's coming forth to share their story. And so we're going to keep this thing moving because we're not going to be before you long. It is Saturday, and I know a lot of you have things going on, and so do we. So moving forth, we're going to move on to the next speaker. I am going to call up Dr. Lisa. We had to move out of order. There was some technical difficulties with one of the speakers. So I'm going to have Dr. Lisa Kanye come to the stage. Dr. Lisa,
hello.
How are you,
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. And so what Dr. Lisa is doing, she's going to come and share her story, her way about what you want to talk about. Let me get you in here because I got so many things going on right here. I'm going to let you come and share your story your way, Dr. Lisa.
Okay. Thank you. I am Dr. Lisa Coney Farmville. I am a registered nurse by trade, and I have a doctorate degree in education specializing in nursing. So let me just share with you both professional and personal about caregivers. I've been in the community working as a nurse for over 16 years. The thing about working in the community, you have to become very, very creative, very inventive, and helping your patients. Now let me just zone on here on my seniors, and this is what I want to share with you. Working in the community, the seniors in our community need resources. And to just drop off pamphlets and say, okay, you have to email this person, you have to call this person. Let me share with you how difficult it is for them. To have a senior or elder person to say to email, sometimes they don't have the support systems like we think or we assume that they have. What we must do is help them. If you're going to make a resource, make the referral yourself for them so they can be connected with the resources that can help them. Let me give you an example. If you have somebody, a senior in the community, and you say, okay, well, if you want Meals on Wheels or Mom's Meals, you have to call this number or you have to email this, use this email address. Most of those people do not even have an email address, let alone to be able to email somebody else. And think about it. If you ask them to call the number, a senior, somebody that's already ill and compromised, what do they get on the other end? Press 1 for English. Press 2 if you know your party's extension. Press 3. By the time they get to 3, they're confused. They have anxiety issues. They hang up. And what happens? They never get to get their services that they rightfully need or even have worked for all their lives. So as a caregiver, we need to step out of the box, schedule time in to get that extra for them. What is the extra? The extra is making the phone calls for them. The extra is emailing them if you have a laptop, an iPad, or a telephone, and give all the information. And as a caregiver myself, I would ask that individual, I would let them know this person is in dire need of these services, but they don't have the support systems to follow up. if you wouldn't mind, add a little extra time when visiting this patient, because they're going to need that. They're going to need that extra time for you to do a little bit extra for them in the community. I want to give you an example what happens with seniors when they have to go for testing or x-rays, what have you. Okay, a senior walks in the hospital and they said, oh, can you direct me where I can get my x-ray? I'm here for an x-ray. And they said, okay, sure, just go down the corner, make a right, and you'll be right there. The sign is right out front. There's a new language now that has surfaced, and it has been for a while, but our seniors don't realize it. So they go around the corner and they're looking for x-ray. But guess what? It doesn't say x-ray. It says radiology. They don't know that terminology in that language. So we have to be mindful as caregivers and help them. If you're caring in a hospital, if you're caring in a place where they take x-rays and MRIs and CAT scans, that type of thing, you have to know that these seniors does not know this new language that has been out here for a while. Give you another example. You tell a senior that the address is 421 South Main Street. They know what South Main Street is. They go up to 421 and they see 421 spelled out in cursive language. Okay, they can read a little bit, but they're not used to seeing it spelled out. Even some homes have their number of their home spelled out in cursive. What happens? They get confused. They're like, well, I'm looking for 421. But what they're looking for is the numerical number, not the number spelled out. That's another barrier to them getting their services. On that professional side, I try to look at every avenue that will help that senior get the services that they need. Another thing, I live in the state of New Jersey. We have what we call Mom's Meals, and we have Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels was the first meals that service those that are disabled and our seniors. And what they would do, their job was to go in the home and see the person and deliver the meal. So what happens there? That person get maybe 2 minutes of some socialization that they probably wouldn't have at any other time. That person gets to see that they got a hot meal there. That person also, the person that's delivering the meal, gets to see, okay, this person is alive and well. They haven't fallen downstairs and they have been there overnight. They haven't had a heart attack in the bathroom and nobody knows that they're there because they live alone. That was the purpose that helps with the Meals on Wheels. But because of economy, somebody had the bright idea, we're going to have Mom's Meals, which I think FedEx deliver those meals to the front door. They don't come in and see the patient or the disabled individual. They don't have any conversations with them. That patient could be inside on the floor having some type of medical difficulty, but because they don't come in, they don't get to see that person. You see what I'm saying? We have to really be mindful of the services that we're giving to these people. What if the person is alive and well in the home, but they've had a stroke? If you put that box on the front step and their right side is flaccid, do you really think they can get that box in the house? No. Their meal is sitting out, probably spoiling, or somebody may take it unless they have a very good neighbor that will help them get that in. Well, those are just some of the things in a professional line that I noticed that we can capitalize on and help our seniors and our disabled in the community. Let me go to the personal side now. I am a caregiver of my mother who is 94 years old. She has been diagnosed with dementia. And let me tell you, when you have seniors like that, 70s, 80s, 90s, they're used to life to wait. They have grown up with it. COVID has come in the last, 3 years and has really turned this whole world upside down. Not just New Jersey, not just USA, but this whole world has Things that we used to know, we don't know that anymore. So, patients with Alzheimer's and dementia, families said, my dad is giving me a hard time. My mom is giving me a hard time. This dementia is very evil diagnosis and I don't know what to do. I explained to them that your parents, your loved one is not giving you a hard time, hon. Your loved one is having a hard time. What are they having a hard time with? They're having a hard time with remembering. They're having a hard time with understanding. They're having a hard time with the comprehension. They're having a hard time with making decisions because their mind is not firing like it used to. This is how it works. You have a socket and you have the plug. And it comes there. You can put it this close. But if it don't make that connection, you're not going to get the energy that you need. And that's what's happening with those that have been diagnosed with dementia and Alzheimer's. They're fearful. They have anxiety because they don't know and they don't know what to expect. Let me give you an example. I'll take you to a country that you have never been. You don't know the language. Nothing is familiar to you. You don't know anybody there. And I'm going to drop you off there and say, find your way back home. How fearful, how much anxiety would be created if that had been done to you. That's where our seniors are, or those that have dementia and Alzheimer's. They can't remember. Even some of their children, they can't remember. What we have to do is rent, buy, borrow, or create patience, because that's the key. You have to have patience in caring for your loved one, because if you don't, things could just explode. The next thing you have to be is kind. People, even an autistic child, will react positively to kind gestures, kind touches, just rubbing them on the shoulder, giving them that assurance, because I know everybody loves security, and that's just what they need. They need to know that it's going to be okay and they're going to be cared for. By a touch, by a small, soft voice of gesture, some type of thing, they need to know that you're there to help them. Care givers. We first have to care. Let me just share again. If you have anybody that's dealing with dementia or Alzheimer's, they're not trying to give you a hard time. They're having a hard time. My name is Dr. Lisa Coney Fonville. You can reach me on Facebook under my name, Lisa Coney Fonville, as well as LinkedIn, Lisa Coney Fonville. And you can reach me on Instagram, Dr. Lisa 1000. We are a global network caregivers. It's the same everywhere. We are care and we give. Care first and then give. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your listening ear. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Lisa Conway Farmfield. Thank you so much, Lisa. That was so informative. And you just said something. You have to be able to care. Care. To be a caregiver. Right? This is called the heart of a caregiver for a reason. You have to have a heart. Everyone is not built to be a caregiver.
That's right.
Everyone is not called to be a caregiver. But I'm going to let you go back down right now, Lisa. I'll share some information, because I hear it echo a little bit. But thank you so much, Dr. Lisa Kanye Fonville. Thank you so much for sharing your professional, personal, and family caregiver story with us. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move Miss Lisa down. And guess what, good people? I'm telling you right now, it does not stop. If you have a heart, then you're in the right place. The heart of a caregiver. That's what this is about today. This is the Heart of a Caregiver Summit, July 2022 edition. We're going to keep this thing moving. I'm telling you right now, there are over 53 million caregivers and counting. Maybe it's 500 million, right? There are so many caregivers around the world, and we are a global caregivers network. We're going global. This is just the tip of the iceberg right here in the US. We're going abroad. We're going to different countries. We're going to hit Paris, Dubai, Italy, Alaska, Australia. We're going to different countries, Africa, right? We want to reach the world because guess what? Caregiving is a worldwide situation. Caregivers are everywhere. So if you or someone you know is or are a caregiver, connect with us at the Global Caregivers Network. My name is Sherelle D. Mims. I am the founder of the Global Caregivers Network and the CEO of this platform right here, the Global Caregivers Speakers. This is where you come and share your professional and or family caregiver story. It's all about us. Caregivers have a voice. We are not going to be mute. We're not just going to sit there and take it anymore. There is support. And this platform right here is just for you. Oh, and you too. We need all of y'all to come on in and share your story. Listen, I got something to share with you later about a book anthology that we're getting ready to do called The Heart of a Caregiver. It's an anthology where it's a collaborative of the authors. We all come together. Now listen, you done said it. Now put it on paper and profit from it. Say what you know. You know a lot. You're the expert in your field. You're the expert at home. You know how to tell your story. Some of us are not what? Camera smart. We don't want to be in front of the camera. But guess what? You have a story to share. So share it with the world. Connect with me and come on and get in the collaboration, the book anthology. My number is 260-218-3377. And we want you, and especially you, to join us for our book anthology that's coming forth this month. I'm putting it out there now. You are the first, but I want you to connect with us. Come on, share your story. You might not want to be in front of the camera, but you can write it down. Write it down. Share it with the world. Let the people know. And I'm telling you right now, Dr. Sherwood would always say, your story is not for you. It's for someone else. And guess what we do here? We love our global caregivers and speakers. So we invite all of you to join us on our first inaugural book anthology, The Heart of a Caregiver. Won't you join us? Thank you so much. And next, that's my pause for a cause. That is my pause for a cause commercial, okay? You got to have fun doing this. I'm telling you guys right now, I'm a caregiver. I've been a caregiver, and I'm going to be a caregiver. But if you think Sherelle D. Mims is sitting around twiddling her thumbs trying to figure out what to do, no. That's not me. Even as a caregiver, my patients love, when I say the word love, capital Love, they love to see me coming because they know I'm coming to inspire them, to encourage them. I don't care what's going on in your life. You have to be the bigger person. You got to be the better person. Remember, you're the caregiver. That means you got yourself together. I mean, what? Self-care, physically. Let's start with spiritually first. Spiritually, right? You got your mindset. Come on. You got to have the right mindset to take care of people. You got your self-care, physical, spiritual, mental, and financially. A lot of us are still working. A lot of us is not retired, okay? And even if we are retired, that's a fixed income. So a lot of us have things going on in our life, but guess what? You're our priority. And I'm telling you, when I go into the hospitals and take care of my patients, they know I'm there because everywhere I go, I leave sparkles. Come on, y'all. Leave a little sparkle wherever you go. Come on, so they'll know you've been there. When I leave, listen, my whole vibe go up in the place, right? And when I leave, they know I've been there because I left a little sparkle. Won't you join us on our book anthology? Join us and leave a little sparkle in this book, right? It's for everyone. Join us. And so I'm setting the stage, right, for our next speaker, Michelle D. Clark. Darn Clark, we had to move the time up, but that's okay because everyone on this platform is ready, whether they're in order of out, it's all good. They all have a wonderful story to share with you, and they're going to bring it to you and information for you to be the best caregiver ever. I'm going to bring Michelle D. Clark up, and the D is for darn. Okay, it's just our little. Come on through, Michelle D. Clark. Come on in here, and you want to share your story. Listen, this is the time right now to do what? Put on your mask. Come on and share your story, Michelle D. Clark. Thank you so much for joining us.
And thank you so much, Sherelle D. Mims, for having me. We both share that D. I love it when you say darn. It's amazing. You know, this is a fabulous, fabulous platform, and I'm so happy and grateful and honored to be a part of the Global Caregivers Network and the Global Caregiver Speakers. So thank you all so much. So again, my name is Michelle D. Clark, and if you would have told me years ago that I'd be on a global platform like this, I'd be like, well, I'm not sure about that because, you know, I'm just a small town girl with big time dreams. I'm from Harvey, Illinois. Most folks don't even know where that is, you know, and it's right next to Chicago. Mm-hmm. And so you don't have to be a reporter on America's Most Wanted to know how Chicago got its nickname Chirac. So living next to that kind of environment, there was a lot of stealing and killing and thugging and drugging and dope dealing. But instead of doing that, I decided to be a hope dealer with my company, Lift Nation, where I'm empowering women to live inspired, free, and transform. And in order to do that, I had to get my bachelor's degree in psychology, my master's in social work. So yes, I'm a licensed therapist. I'm also a life coach. But in addition to that, I got my PhD from the School of Hard Knocks because I've been through some things that has led me to become a caregiver, as some of the speakers before me have stated, unexpectedly, and also unexpectedly needing to be, I call it caregived, where I was on the receiving end of that. But it was because of those trials and tribulations and tragedies that I was able to turn around into triumph and now become the Harriet Tubman of authenticity, helping and empowering women to break the glass and shatter the glass of stereotypes and just become their most authentic selves, being able to shed the baggage of past bad decisions and involuntary traumas. So I want to tell you a story about an involuntary trauma that I experienced. With that, it led me to become a caregiver. You see, when I was pregnant with my son, my firstborn, they told me I had a rare condition called vasa previa with velamentous cord insertion. Now, back when I first got the diagnosis, I could tell you how to spell it, but at this point, Google it. But basically what it meant was that there was the cord that runs between me and my son was low lying over the cervix, and it didn't have the myelin sheath covering that normally covers the cord, so that way it would be secured. So what happened was every time any pressure was mounted onto it, meaning if I stood up or any kind of gravitational pull, it caused me to bleed. So once I was diagnosed with that, then I was placed on bed rest from 3 months of pregnancy. So the whole pregnancy, I had to be on bed rest. So at that point, I became someone who needed a caregiver. So, and I did have that. I had family support and a husband at the time who cared for me. And so about 33 weeks later, I had an event that happened. And I thought that my water had broken. Well, unfortunately, it was the blood vessel that ruptured. And so I had to be rushed to the hospital. They had to do emergency C-section. And for some reason, when it happened, I felt like my son would be okay, but I was worried about my own life. I didn't know if I would make it. And come to find out, I needed a blood transfusion, and my son was born dead. He was dead it took them 11 minutes to revive him. He had lost 70% of his blood. They gave him the prognosis that he would not make it out of the hospital alive. He was born on December 21st, of 2004, which some people may know that December 21st is the winter solstice, which means it's the darkest day of the year here in the US. But let me tell you something. That darkest day became my brightest day because my son was born. And although the doctors gave him a prognosis saying that he would not survive, he was in the hospital on a ventilator for 3 weeks. And every time they tried to take him off the ventilator, it became more and more dire. It seemed less and less that he would make it through. On a Tuesday, we all prayed. We had everyone who knew us, and even people who didn't know us, to pray because we were going to take him off the ventilator. And let me tell you something. It wasn't an easy decision. It was not easy at all. It was something that I cried, and I didn't want to do it. But the Lord saw fit to have us next to a baby who was on a trach, who was a tracheotomy. And the doctors told us that we could either trach our son and take him home or let him go to God. And I spent time with that young man, that baby in the incubator next to him. And I got a chance to see what struggles he went through. And I didn't want that for my son. So we decided that what we would do is we would allow him to go back to God if God saw fit. So we asked everybody to pray for him and for our family at the time that we were taking him off the ventilator. And so we all held hands, and I sang a song, songs that inspired and uplifted us and also consoled me to help hold and fight back the tears that I had. Because deep down inside, I did not want to let him go. I didn't want to let him go. It was difficult. But you know what? We did. We took him off the ventilator, and we all stood there, and we waited and watched. And he breathed. He breathed, y'all. He breathed all on his own with the help of God, continuing to breathe life into his body. And I'm going to tell you what, those doctors, they even stated that, well, you know, he won't have quality of life. He won't be able to sustain that. They gloom and doom. And I understand that they have to give the diagnosis. But I'm going to tell you what, God gave the final prognosis, because 17 years later today, my son is still here. So when you hear some little noise in the background, that's my son. That's him. That's him. And I praise the Lord every single day. It's just been, it's wonderful to be able to have the gift of life in my son that I'm able to witness every single day. And I'm going to tell you something. Yeah, it's joyful, but let me switch some gears here, y'all. Being a caregiver is no walk in the park. And I remember when talking with my mother-in-law and talking with my mom, and they were very supportive, are very supportive. And they stated how the road was going to be rocky because they had done parenthood before. And both of them had children like myself that we were what we call, I guess, able-bodied. And they knew the hardship of caring for able-bodied kids. My mom, 4 of us, me being the most trying. And so they imparted wisdom upon us. See, wisdom is knowledge and experience activated. And so they imparted that wisdom upon us. And we just didn't even know what we were going to experience at that point. But it was very challenging. There were nights we weren't able to sleep because he had sleep apnea, and sometimes his brain would forget to tell him how to breathe. And he had an apnea monitor, and it would go off. Sometimes it was false positives where he actually was still breathing. Sometimes he wasn't breathing. We had to tap him to make sure to get him back breathing again. We have to change his pamper. Even up to today, we're still changing pampers 17 years later. You know, he doesn't swallow. So we have to suction him, use a suction pump. He's had multiple pneumonias. They've diagnosed him with chronic lung disease because of the pulmonary insults that he's had. Because of the lack of oxygen, hypoxia for 11 minutes, it took them to revive him. He had what they call diffuse brain damage. So he's not able to speak like you and I. He's not able to walk like you and I. He's not able to do a lot of things. We have to pretty much do everything from the time he gets up to the time he goes to bed. And then sometimes when he's in bed, we have to check on him and monitor him. So we do all those things for him. But I'm going to tell you what, it is joyful, but it's also stressful at times. It can weigh on the mind, on the body. It can also weigh on the spirit. I found myself asking the question, why me? Why us? Why did my child have to be this way? I never drank during the pregnancy. I never smoked during the pregnancy. I never smoked a day in my life. I never did any drugs a day in my life. I didn't understand. But what I came to learn is the question I asked was not correct. It's not why me. It's why not me. It's thank you, God. Because you see, what happens is God entrusted us with one of his most precious and special gifts, a special needs child. That's what it is, special. And they deserve and require special care. So if you have a special needs child, that means that you are a special needs parent. You're able to provide that special care for your special person. So we're not just relative caregivers, we're special relative caregivers. And if you are a caregiver professionally of special needs children, then you are a special professional caregiver. You have my permission to add that to your title. But so the hardships, y'all, it's real, it's stressful. And when the pandemic hit, oh, it's like it turned us all upside down. First of all, the professional caregiver that I have that comes into my home, I didn't feel comfortable allowing her to come in. Not because of who she was, but because of the pandemic and because of COVID. And we just didn't know who it would, who had it, who didn't. And with him having the pulmonary issues that he had, we couldn't chance it. We couldn't send him to school. So he no longer was going to school. I didn't have the respite care that came in to help out. I didn't know what to do. And unfortunately, I was no longer married. So I didn't have a husband. I had a husband. And so it was a single mom trying to do it all. It was difficult, challenging. But with the grace of God, with some in-home caregivers, I have my daughter who's 14 and my sister who moved to Michigan. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But she came to Michigan to help when I was going through my divorce. And she helped me with the kids. And so I did have those. And then my mom, she flew into town intermittently. And she's a senior herself, but she was able to fly into town to help out. And so it's those support systems that really helped me. And we'll get a little bit more into that when we talk about those strategies on how you can put your mask on first, because I'm telling you, it is challenging. If you are not your optimal self, it can really be draining. As those of us who caregive, we understand. So let me fast forward the clock some. So back in 2000, when I say fast forward, talking about from when he was born in 2014, 2004, I had no idea that some 10 years later, I was going to be on the receiving end of needing care. In 2014, October, I just came home from, I was on my way driving home from a spiritual retreat. Me and one of the ministers at my church, we went to her friend's church, and there was a women's retreat. Wonderful event. I was driving, we're on our way home, and I was going to drop her off. I stopped at her place, and we're sitting in the car, we're chatting it up, talking about, oh, what a wonderful time it was. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I was having problems speaking. My speech was slurred. My speech was troubled. Then I couldn't swallow. And then I had a hard time breathing. And when I tried to talk to her to tell her to call 911, no words were coming out of my mouth. It was like I was blowing raspberries, trying to speak. Saliva coming down my mouth, fear in my eyes. And when she looked at me, she says, call 911. And all I could do was nod. She was calling 911 on her phone. And with my phone, I tried to unlock my phone to call my sister. And I knew the numbers in my mind, but my fingers, my right hand it was just like the phone. It was just like slapping on the phone and I couldn't control it. It was like I was losing all of my functionings from top to bottom. So when she called 911, at the time I was able to regain my speech some, but I was stuttering. They thought I was having a panic attack. And I said, no, I am a licensed therapist. This is not a panic attack. They took me to the hospital. They kept me for observations overnight. They thought that I had a TIA, transient ischemic attack, which is a mini stroke. And they released me, said that they would do some more testing. Well, that was on the 18th of October. 2 days later, on the 20th, I had a severe stroke at home. My sister found me on the floor. The same thing that I was experiencing, I wasn't able to speak, but this time instead of top down, it was right oriented. I couldn't speak. My right hand, I was on the phone about to do an international call, dropped the phone on the floor. My leg gave out on me, my right leg, I fell down, and I was in and out of consciousness. It was so traumatic. Praise the Lord, my sister was there. It was just me in the home. My kids were with my ex. And that happened on a Monday. They weren't coming back to me till that Wednesday. So nobody would have known anything until I would have not returned to pick them up at school on that Wednesday. But praise the Lord, he saw fit to have my sister move in with me to help me to take care of the kids and not knowing that she was going to be taking care of me. I wasn't able to speak. I wasn't able to use my right side at all. But God saw fit in 24 hours. He healed it all up. No therapy, nothing. But I still have some residual effects. Every now and then I had some numbness in my face, had some numbness in my fingers and in my toes. But I was able to resume work after healing. And it was just unimaginable. It's come to find out the first stroke, y'all, it was actually a real stroke. I mean, I shouldn't say real stroke, but a stroke, not a TIA. But I required care for that. And guess what? Just when I was starting to get my mojo back, just when I was starting to get back rocking and rolling and lifting and helping, when I say lift with my company, turned around and was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer. It is like Murphy's Law on steroids. Y'all know who Murphy is, right? Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. And at the worst possible time, it was just like, what is going on? Diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer. So I had to have a mastectomy. I had to go through radiation therapy and preventive chemotherapy. It was so challenging. My mom had to fly into town to take care of me. When I had the mastectomy, I was in so much pain. I was on painkillers, right? Pain medication that were so strong that when I took it, I was knocked out asleep. So I couldn't care for my kids. I couldn't care for my special needs son. I could not care for myself. So now here I am, Miss Independent. Now I'm being cared for yet again. It was difficult. So let me give you a bird's eye view to being on the receiving end of a caregiver. It was so difficult because I'm used to doing everything independently for myself, by myself. I'm used to helping others. I'm used to being that person who's providing the care, whether it's me being a caregiver as a parent, whether it's me being a caregiver as a licensed therapist. I work with children and their parents. So I'm caring for them. Whether it's life coaching, I'm used to caring for my clients. Whether it's in the church, I'm used to caring for the members and the pastor. I'm used to doing all these caring for others, giving. So it was hard. It was difficult. Not being able to get up and use the bathroom by myself, needing assistance just to go to the restroom, needing assistance to raise up in the bed to eat, having to have somebody cook for me all the time, not just intermittently. Not being able to get up and check on my son when I could hear, because sometimes I could hear him in the other room and there's little noises that he makes that only I know that he makes when he needs that care. And I'd have to call out to somebody else. Hey, can you go check on him for me? Can you go check on KJ? I couldn't do it myself. So from the bird's eye view of being able to feel what the people who I give care to, being able to understand, not just empathize, but now I'm in that role. Let me tell you all something. As caregivers, I love you all to life, professional and relative, because it ain't easy. Because I know sometimes, child, I was a handful when my mother was trying to care for me, because I'm used to doing it this way and I want it done that way. And I'm a perfectionist and it has to be done in a certain order. I get that from her, by the way, y'all. But I was driving her crazy to the point where I'm telling you, at one point, I know she wanted to pack her bags and just say, you know what? I'm out of here because you tripping. I was something else. So I get it. I get it now. And I believe it was, I don't know if it was Elizabeth that stated that it's not people who are, that are trying to give trouble, but they're actually having in trouble. The person who's being caregived, they're not trying to be troublesome. We're having trouble. We're having trouble coping with the things that we're experiencing. And it doesn't matter if it was trauma from birth or if it's a TBI, like Judy Amber talked about. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, any walk of life, when you're experiencing a deficit, it is a challenge, especially when you see people around you who are able-bodied, able-minded, able to do all these things that you're not able to do. It's emotionally taxing. So I give all the praise. God be with you all. God be with us all as the people who are receiving the caregiving and as caregivers. Let me tell you something. When we talk about caregiving and the challenges with caregiving, I know some speakers spoke about burnout, and burnout is real, y'all. It is so real. And let me tell you something. Burnout happens over a period of time. And so I believe it was first described in the 1970s. Burnout syndrome is actually what it's called. And what they talked about is it's a work-related constellation of symptoms that usually occurs in individuals without any prior history of psychological or psychiatric disorders. So it actually is a syndrome. And so how do you know that you may be experiencing it? And again, it happens over time. It could be from you start feeling exhausted. So there's some exhaustion. So let's talk about some of those symptoms. Exhaustion is one of them. Well, in general, you devoted excessive time and efforts to a task or project and not really feeling like there's any benefit that's come out of it. That sometimes can sound like caregiving. Sometimes depersonalization happens. And that's when we have an attitude of indifference. It could be negative, callous, cynical behaviors even. I don't know if you worked in the field or not, or you may experience this yourself, but I know I've seen, as a licensed social worker, I've seen it in the industry where people are supposed to be providing care to their clients and they're very cynical and callous. And you know what? No one is exempt from it. Listen, no judgment on this side of the counter. It can happen to anyone when you're doing something over a long period of time that's continuously draining you and you're feeling this burnout feeling. Another one is reduced personal accomplishment, feeling like you're giving your all and just whatever you're doing is not enough. It's just not enough. That can definitely create burnout. And that's one of the symptoms of burnout. Now, let's switch gears and let's talk about compassion fatigue, which compassion fatigue is a more acute expression. And as a matter of fact, the American Institute, they define compassion fatigue as the emotional residue of strain, of exposure, of working with those suffering from the consequences of traumatic events. So whereas burnout happens over a period of time, compassion fatigue tends to come on quickly. And what are some of those things? So some of those things that you may wonder, okay, am I experiencing that? Well, personal concerns that are intruding on your professional life, that may be a sign that you're experiencing compassion fatigue. Feeling like People around you or your colleagues don't seem to understand what you're feeling. Small changes that feel enormously draining. Associating trauma with other people's stress may affect you deeply and you can't recover quickly. Feeling like you've lost your sense of hopefulness. So feeling hopeless, just this overwhelming feeling of hopelessness, feeling vulnerable all the time, feeling like you're overwhelmed with unfinished personal business. It's challenging. It's very challenging. You may even experience, and this is both compassion fatigue and burnout, and particularly caregiver burnout. Let's talk about some of those symptoms. Because too often as caregivers, we put our own needs in the back seat and we never get around to it. We're always focusing on someone else. And especially if we're relative caregivers, we're there 24/7. There's no, okay, I'm done and clocking out. And I'm not trying to take away from anything from professional caregivers, because that's draining too. And sometimes we take our work home with us. As a licensed therapist, there's been times where I've taken some of the work home with me emotionally. So if you are, here are some of those symptoms, y'all. Physical illness, mental illness, increased anxiety and depression. And as a matter of fact, in August of 2020, there was a survey, a nationwide survey by the CDC, the Center for Disease Control Prevention. And what they did was they did a survey of caregivers, unpaid caregivers. And what they found is that within 30 days prior to that survey, 31% of those unpaid caregivers had thoughts of suicide. They were depressed and had thoughts of suicide. It's real, y'all. Withdrawing socially, resentment, having PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, alcohol abuse and use. And when the pandemic hit, it became even more dire because caregivers were feeling isolated. The people who they may have turned to, or the people who they may have turned to for social support, or they may call them up on the phone, or even having them come over and say, you know what, can you watch little Johnny, or can you watch little Susie while I run to the store? There was no one to help out with little Johnny or Susie anymore. And again, I talked about that firsthand because I no longer could have my caregiver come by. So it's challenging. So here are some tips. Matter of fact, these are strategies, life strategies. And I call it put your mask on first, because I don't know if you recall, but think about when you were on a plane, or if you've ever seen movies on planes where there's some turbulence and there's some challenges that's happening. And then there's going to be a mask that's going to come down. And over the announcement, when they're telling you in the beginning, before the flight takes off, they tell you when this turbulence strikes, first of all, get in your seat and buckle up because it's going to be a ride. And then the mask is going to come down. That's your oxygen mask. And they always say, put your mask on first. Put your mask on first. Because I'm telling you, if you pass out, you cannot turn to the person and assist anybody else. So you have to put your mask on first before you can help anybody else out. Now I have 18 tips. I have 18 strategies to put your mask on first, but we're only going to cover 7 here today. Only 7 here today. And if you want to find out the rest of them, I will give you my contact information at the end and we can connect. So the first one is educate yourself. Educate yourself and learn about what your loved one or what your patients or clients are experiencing. Understand and know what it is they're going through. So if they have cerebral palsy like my son, all cerebral palsy is the same. It doesn't all emote the same way. Everybody's different. But being able to understand the basics of what cerebral palsy means and what some of those deficits may encompass can help you to get ahead of the game. understanding if they're a cancer patient, or understand if they have Alzheimer's or dementia or schizophrenia or whatever the disorder is, or the challenge or the disability is, you want to make sure that you educate yourself on what it is so that way you can provide the best care. The next step to put your mask on first is to stay organized. Whew. And that can be a task in itself. But staying organized, keeping those records, especially if you're a relative caregiver, because when you get to the hospital and they start asking those questions, or now if you're doing a video visit and they start asking those questions, you're like, oh Lord, that happened. You don't want to First of all, that's emotionally draining to try to now tax your mind to remember something that's, it may put you back in the state of mind that you were when the incident occurred. So you want to make sure to stay organized so that way you can have those records, have the medications, whatever it is that you need, have the physician's names, have all those things where you can find them and readily available, even if it's in your phone. So stay organized. The next thing is accept that your loved one or your patient has bad days. I talked about me having bad days as someone who needed caregiving. When my mom was providing care for me, my sister was providing care for me, I was a handful. So yes, we all have bad days. And even as a caregiver, we have bad days, but recognizing that the people who we are providing care for, they have bad days, and they may be angry, or they may be going through frustration or depression. So it's up to us to do our best to stay positive and help them through that journey. So accepting that they have bad days. The next thing, in order to put our masks on first, is to grieve our losses. You know, it's normal to miss the life that we once had as relative caregivers. And so it's okay to grieve our losses. You see, even though I gained a son, I grieve the loss of having an able-bodied son who is my ex-husband's namesake, and knowing that that namesake potentially will never be able to continue the name on, knowing that he doesn't have the same abilities as other 17-year-olds of his peers, his age. Sometimes I grieve that loss. And for those of us who have lost a loved one like Judy Amber, grieving that loss, those 5 stages of grief that she spoke about, being able to allow ourselves that it's okay to grieve the loss, and it's okay to reach out to others. It's okay to make time for ourselves. That's another strategy to put our mask on first, is to make time for ourselves, because it's challenging. And yes, when I say make time for ourselves, I know some people are like, listen, I am a relative caregiver. What do you mean making time for yourself? Let me tell you, even if it's closing yourself in the bathroom, if you had to take 5 minutes extra and go into the bathroom, do some woosah, turn on some music, get some praise and worship going, or call up a friend, or just walk around the block and come on back in. Something. Do some meditation, guided meditations. If your mind tends to wander, do some guided meditations. YouTube has some great guided meditations. I can also assist you with that. But making sure that you get some time, make some time for yourself. Monitor your own health is another strategy to put your mask on first. That is paramount, because again, if your health is disintegrating, you can't help anybody else out. So yes, you have to make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure that you're keeping your diet intact. Make sure you get some exercise in, even if it's just standing up and sitting down, going up the flight of stairs up and down a few times, just to get a little bit of cardio in. We can we don't have to go to the gym and make it all strenuous, but making sure that we get our health in order and monitor our health. So number 8, and I apologize to those of y'all who take notes, because I know I'm the kind of person when I take notes, it's like, well, can you number them for me so I know where we're at? So we're on number 8, y'all. Number 8 is stay connected. Stay connected. With the pandemic, so many of us became disconnected. So they talked about social distancing, but I'm telling you, it was relationship distancing. People who we love, we could no longer connect with. We were only able to see them on the phone at best. And for those of our elderly and seniors who didn't even know how to use phones, we became so disconnected with them. So please stay connected so that way you're not feeling alone. And if you need to get involved in a group that is organized for caregiving, make sure to do that. Make sure to do that. There's nothing wrong. Matter of fact, there's strength in saying that you need help. That is a strong person. So as a relative caregiver, as a professional caregiver, go to a support group if need be, or call a hotline if you need one. Seek personal, professional therapy with a therapist like myself, or a life coach like myself, or an elder in a church, but make sure that you stay connected. So really quickly, let me go through those again for those of y'all taking notes, or if you want to hurry up and whip out a pen and paper. Educate yourself was number 1. Stay organized was number 2. Accept that your loved one has bad days was number 3. Grieve your losses was number 4. Number 5 is make time for yourself. Number 6 is monitor your own health. Number 7 is stay connected. Stay connected. And on that note, I would love for you to stay connected with me. I will love to share all 18 strategies to put your mask on first as a caregiver, whether you're professional or relative. So I want to give you a free gift. A free gift, 20-minute conversation and exploration with me, Michelle D. Clark. All you have to do is go to www.michelledclark.com. That's MICHELE, middle initial D, Clark, CLARK.com. Go to the contact section, and you can either book an appointment with me there, or you can put in the comment section, where the message section, and you can send me an email through there. And as a matter of fact, if you could please put down there the heart of a caregiver as your message and send that off. And guess what? It will send me a message, and I will connect with you, and we can have that 20-minute free, no cost conversation and exploration with me. I do life coaching. In addition, if you want to connect with me, you can go on to Facebook, connect with me. I'm on all the social platforms, LinkedIn, Instagram. You can also, on Facebook, I have a group, Lift Nation, where we're lifting up women, which includes caregivers, professional and relative. And so lift up. We want to lift up the caregivers. And I thank you so much for that. Actually, we'll also be doing a summit at the end of this month on July 30th, where I will be helping people with strategies to lift up their lives. So connect with me. I would love to connect with you. Again, my name is Michelle D. Clark, but before I go, the greatest gift that I want to give to you is I want you all to see the person who I am blessed and highly favored to be able to provide care for, my son, Mr. Kelvin Breach Jr. Come on over here, KJ. This is my son, Kelvin Breach Jr., who provides me the care of being able to care for him. I love him so much to life. This is my son. So I thank you all so much again for hearing my story. I hope that I was able to share something that can help you to put your mask on first. And thank you so much, Sherelle D. Mims, for providing this platform for others to be able to share our stories and others to be able to listen to our stories. So if you have a story, please don't be selfish. Share your story on this platform. This is the #1 platform for caregivers, the Global Caregivers Network and the Global Caregiver Speakers. Thank you so much for listening. Take care. God bless.
Come on through, Michelle darn Clark. Yes. You know, I had to put that out there. Oh my goodness. I am so excited. Your son, oh my God, he just let you know, Mama, come on through. He is so handsome, Michelle D. Clark. Come on. That is so wonderful. I always enjoy you sharing your story about talking about your son. Every time I see him, he looks healthier and healthier. However, we do know he has some disabilities, but guess what? We don't negate it. We acknowledge it, and we let God take care of it. Amen.
Right. Amen.
That's what we have with everything. Come on, Junior. What's his name? Michelle D. Clark.
Yeah, we call him KJ. He's Kelvin Breach Jr. We call
Come
him
on, KJ. Come on over, KJ. He is so handsome. Look at y'all. Such a beautiful. You have one of the best moms in the world, KJ.
Aww,
come on. Thank you so much, Michelle, for sharing your story and your 18 strategy tips on how to be one of the best caregivers in the world. You got to do this thing with a heart, man. And this is what the heart of a caregiver is all about. If your heart is not in it, get out of it, because you're wasting their time and yours. And that's why I met with this Michelle D. Clark and my other GCS speakers. God bless you, sis. Continue to do your platform. Continue to share your story. Put on your mask first. All right, now. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Love you. So that's Michelle darn Clark, y'all. Y'all heard it first. Put on your mask first, baby. Don't be trying to help nobody and you ain't got yourself together. Come on now. We just keeping this thing real. Take care of yourself first. It's all about the heart, right? The heart of a caregiver. And we do know, as caregivers, as we prep for the next speaker that's coming up, I already told y'all, I don't even be playing when I go to work. It's all about self-care. It's about taking care of you first, then getting yourself together to take care of someone else. We are all taking care of someone. We're all taking care of someone. I don't care if you just listen. Even if you have to make a phone call for someone, you're doing something for. What is caregiving? It's taking care of people, their activities of daily living, which we call ADLs. And what does that consist of? Bathing, feeding, getting transferring them from one position to another. And there's a whole other entities of being a caregiver. It's not just, you're doing this, you're doing that. It's taking care of their paperwork, their appointments, getting their paperwork in order, right? Because we all have an expiration date and we all take care of elderlies, most of us. But if not, get yourself in order. Get your paperwork in order. Do what you need to do for you so you won't have to have a caregiver. But I'm telling you right now, before it's all over, all of us are going to need a caregiver. Why? It's been destined to happen. Either you're what? You're going to be a caregiver, you are a caregiver, or you have been a caregiver in the past. Know this. All of us are going to take care of someone, and someone may have to take care of us. So understand, we're not exempt. We're telling our story because it's real. It's not just real, it's sure real. It's real taking care of someone else. I've taken care of stroke patients. Do you know how heavy a male stroke patient is? When they didn't have a full-blown stroke, they are heavy. And we're talking about dead weight. They had a stroke on that side and it's flaccid or paralyzed and they can't do nothing with that side. Guess who have to lift that side? You. So I've been there. I did rehab. I did all kinds of caregiving in my 20 plus years as a registered nurse. And I'm telling you right now, it's not getting any better in the healthcare. Just so you know, get yourself strong, keep yourself strong, do the right thing, take care of your mental, your physical, right? Make sure you got your mind together. You got to have your mind together. It's a mindset to take care of someone. So with that being said, I'm prepping the stage for our next wonderful speaker. And I'm going to come back after that and I'm going to share some wonderful information on how you can be the next #1 global caregiver speaker on this platform. I'm going to bring up next our wonderful, let's see what we have here, Dr. Patricia Goodman. Queen Dr. Patricia. Let me get her up here. Come on through, Dr. Queen Patricia. Let me see what you're going to talk about today. How you doing, Dr. Patricia? Unmute for a minute. You know, I can be on the stage for a minute as I ad lib here.
Yeah.
I believe in having fun as a caregiver. Y'all better know when I do something, I am having fun doing it. It ain't gonna be no humdrum. We just gonna do this. And let me tell you this: every day may not be a good day, but I make it the best day. Right?
Yes.
I go in these places every day, not good. Going in these hospitals, you know, I'm dealing with neuropsych patients.
Mm-hmm.
What is neuropsych, Sherelle? Neuropsych is Alzheimer, dementia, and I'm also dealing with bipolar, schizophrenics, right? We got all kind of entities with that. We got all kind of personality disorders, all kind of diagnoses fall up under mental health. And every day they're adding another one. So know this, keep your mind in order. A mind, y'all, I don't know if y'all remember this old saying that used to come across on the TV or whatever. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. And so coming to the stage, which I have up here now, is Dr. Patricia Goodman, and she's going to tell what a timely topic, the importance of a caregiver. I'm going to let Dr. Patricia tell y'all her story, her way. Thank you so much, Dr. Patricia.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Again, my name is Dr. Patricia Goodman from Suffolk, Virginia. I'm going to share a little bit about myself before I get into my presentation, my story. I am a marketplace minister. I'm a preacher, an intercessor, youth healing and deliverance speaker. I am a certified public speaker. I am elite ambassador for the Herpreneur Network. I am the lead intercessor. I'm a wealth builder, worldwide partner. I'm owner of Cryptocurrency Wealth. I'm a 2022 Level Up ambassador and author. So I just wanted to share a little bit about you. You can see in my bio, I didn't have anything to do with caregiving. But my topic and what I want to present to you today, the importance of a caregiver. It is very personal because I became a caregiver for my son at his birth. It was joy, but it also was tremendous responsibility. A caregiver is instrumental to family members. It's very important to family members that we as caregivers learn from our family how to take care of them. And throughout my time, I have had major caregiving activities. And one of them was my mother. My mother was diagnosed with colon cancer back in 1999. And I was with her when she transitioned. And the thing is, she was the pillar. She was my superhero. And I know to the church family, everyone loved her. She was the pillar of the family. She was an evangelist. The Lord saved her at the age of 28. So that lets you know that she was young. Saved her at the age of 28. And when she passed, she was only 55 years old. And she was the person that everybody went to. She prayed, she preached, she taught the word. She was just an awesome woman of God. And in 1999, she was diagnosed with colon cancer. And I was in denial that she was sick because I just couldn't believe that she was sick. And the thing is, I had given her some colon cleanser. And what happened? The colon cleanser did not move her like it moved me. And she said, something is going on. Well, she was going to the doctor on a regular basis. So that wasn't anything different. But when colon cancer manifested, as the doctor shared with me, it was too late. It was too late. And I'm like, wow. So she needed to be, had to be checked more than every 5 years. She needed to be checked earlier than that. But when it manifested, like the doctor said, it was too late. And I really couldn't handle this. And I'm telling you the importance of a caregiver. I mean, it's so important that your mindset got to be ready. And I'm going to tell you right now, my mindset was not ready. I mean, the fact that she was sick and terminal ill, I just couldn't believe it, that I was losing my mother. It was hard because I was still working and trying to be an average person with a sick mom. And because of my lack of knowledge, I didn't even talk to HR. I just thought I had to do this battle all by myself. Yes, I had my siblings and my father there with my mother, but I didn't ask anybody any questions. I just figured that this is something that I got to work out. It's almost like working out your own soul salvation. Well, I had to work this thing out. So I was going to work. When an emergency came, I would leave work, go home, go to the hospital, wherever my mom was, to be there for her and to take care of her. So I in my feelings, I felt like I didn't uh, do my best by her. Yes, I'm saying that as a caregiver because I was in and out. And when I was at work, she would call me and say, Pat, she used to call me Pat. She said, I made my bed today. I said, you made your bed today? That was something that she couldn't do anymore. I mean, this lady was a person that could do anything in her home, and she could not even make her bed anymore. So when she shared that with me, it still wasn't clicking. It still wasn't clicking that my mother was sick and she was terminal ill. It wasn't clicking in my brain. And it don't end there. My mother transitioned, and I was there with her when she transitioned. And she always apologized to me. She said, I'm so sorry that you got to take care of me. I said, Mom, you don't have to apologize. And she even had an opportunity to share with me that she saw her coffin. Of course, with me being a believer, a faith believer person, I rebuked her. I said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. You didn't see your coffin. But the Lord was showing her that she was transitioning on. And I didn't even let her share her heart. And that's all she wanted to do was share her heart. And I just felt that my mom was an awesome woman. I saw her shopping uh, before she got real down for the grandchildren. She went shopping for Christmas. And that was like 2020. I'm sorry, 2001. She went shopping, and she was shopping for the grandchildren because she just knew within herself that would be her last time shopping. And then I'm still telling you about the importance of a caregiver. Here I am denying my mom's sickness. My grandfather, my mother's stepfather, he got real sick. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer. And the thing is, he didn't even like pain. So to hear him hollering and trying to figure out how could he get rid of this pain. And I would lay hands on him and pray for him. And he wanted my mom to come to his rescue. Here are two people that I love could not come to each other. I was that person in the middle, along with my sister and brother. And we did our best as caregivers. But now that I look back, and after listening to all the speakers, I could have done more. I could have done more because it was so important that we would just be there for them the best of our abilities. And then my mother and my grandfather died 9 months apart. Now that was devastating to know that your mother and your grandfather are gone and you're left with your grandmother, where my grandmother was a case all by herself. I'm telling you, my grandmother was the grandmother that was shooting in the ceiling. She was doing gunshots in the ceiling. Oh my goodness. My uncle called me one night along with my dad, said, your grandma got a gun and she's shooting in the ceiling. Well, oh my goodness. I didn't go over there because I didn't know what she may have done. She could have shot me, thinking I was somebody that wasn't supposed to be in her space. But I called her, and my grandmother was whispering to me. And I was like, Grandma, why are you whispering? And in her mind, she said they were there. I said, who's there? She said, they're in the ceiling. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I said, Grandma, it's no one. It's in the ceiling. No one is in the ceiling. She said, yes, they are. So I knew right then I couldn't argue with her. At that point, I knew she was hallucinating because she said they were shooting in the ceiling. And I didn't even know my grandmother had a gun. And so that was a task all by itself. My grandmother suffered with, she was a diabetic, and she was losing body parts. They had just carved her foot because she was walking around barefooted and got a toothpick in her foot. And they had to go in and carve her foot. I was grateful that they didn't have to amputate her whole foot or her leg, but the thought of them carving, and so technology had improved where they could just carve her foot. But the problem was my grandma was not listening. She was very disobedient when you asked her to do anything, because she was able to get around. And I'm like, Grandma, you can't walk around barefooted now. So it was really hard as a young person to be a caregiver. I mean, I felt so uncomfortable. I felt like disqualified because I saw my grandma dealing with mental health. And at that time, I didn't even connect what my grandma was going through with mental health. But she had major issues. And even the night that she was shooting, the police, because she had called the police saying someone was in the home. And they told her, if she calls one more time, they told my family member, if she calls one more time, they were going to come and pick her up. So the thought of someone coming to pick my grandmother up was out of the world. But the thing is, I constantly talked to her. I took her shopping because she was still able to get around, but her sugar would be sky high. It was off the chain. And that's because she was not taking care of herself. She wanted to still remain living at home alone. My sister was actually a CNA. So my sister was able to go over there and work with her. And I would follow her up in working with her. I would take her shopping, her grocery shopping. Well, can you all believe this? I would take her shopping and I would let her do her little grocery shopping. Oh my goodness. She would have a basket full of cookies. Cookies, all the things that she was not supposed to be eating. Guess what? She would go, you're not going to tell me what to do. I'm like, Grandmother, I'm here to take care of you. You're not eating properly. This is not good. And I struggle with that. I struggle not being able to be at the fullness with my grandmother. And it was just so hard. It was so hard. And then months later, she went into the hospital. She was actually sick. I mean, they was getting ready to amputate her leg. She was going through major changes. And then from there, I had a friend named Willie. Oh my goodness. He got real sick and I became his caregiver. He was a friend and a family member to me. He was more like a family. And I took care of him for 6 months He had bone cancer. So I just saw myself taking a journey. I saw myself moving forward and going on a journey that I never thought that I would experience. I ended up start working at a mental hospital as a mental health worker. And that experience made me realize that I love working with mental health, because I realized those patients could be my uncle, my aunt, my sister, my brother. And it was an experience that I will never, never, never forget. And one, misfortune is that God gave me a summons. It wasn't a misfortune, but just losing my loved ones was a misfortune. But I also learned that God was taking me on a journey, and I was summoned. In other words, he gave me a warrant that you're going to be a caregiver. And I learned from that point that I was a caregiver, and I'm a caregiver to this day. I'm taking care of family members. It's like a part of my life now that I take care of people that are not able to take care of themselves. I mean, they want to live life independently, and that's what I help them to live their life independently, but I'm there to support them. And that's what caregiver is all about, being there to support your family members when they're not able to support themselves, showing your love and showing that you are with them. You got their back 100%. A caregiver could be a spouse, a daughter, a son, a brother, a sister, a friend, a neighbor. It can be anybody. Anybody can be a caregiver. But we have to have the mindset that we're there to show love and support for our family members. And if I could leave you any points, point one, check resources. Don't be like me. I wasn't even checking resources when I was going through my family. Well, right at the end, I start checking resources. But in the beginning, when my mother was sick and my grandfather, I wasn't even checking resources. I was only basically going on what the doctors were sharing with us. But I didn't check anyone out. I didn't check to see if there was any other support group. Number two, you got to bring balance. Taking care of your family members. If you still got to go to work, you still got to have balance. And I didn't even figure that out until now. So some things that we go through, we have to learn it, and it's a process. It's precept by precept. And then we got to implement self-care, where we got to take care of ourselves. I was getting to the place where I wasn't even taking care of myself. I had lost weight. I was having sickness in my body. Why? Because I wasn't even taking care of myself. So I learned all of that through my family members. And I thank God for the path that I went on, because it made me a better caregiver. It made me to come to places, resources and platforms like this, where I can learn more, where I can share more. And I thank God. I just thank God for the experience of being that caregiver. And that's all I wanted to share with you. The importance of a caregiver. It's important that you know what you need to know. It's important in this time and in this season. It's important. And if you want to reach out to me, I'm on all social media. My name is Patricia with one I, Patrica. So you'll find me on other platforms, but I only have one I in my name. And I'm here for you. And I thank you, Queen Sherelle, for inviting me to be a part of your platform. I think it's an experience that everyone needs to share what they have done in their past or now in their present caregiving. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Dr. Patricia. Yes. I am so excited. Oh my goodness. It's just getting gooder and gooder and better and better. Dr. Patricia, you know what? You never amaze me. I just love it when you talk about how your grandmother was shooting through the ceiling. Now
Yes.
listen, it was serious back then, but it's funny the way you tell it. And grandma was serious about shooting that rifle through that ceiling. In her mind, things was going on, and she felt like she had to protect herself. Meanwhile, though, what was going on, she was actually in her first stages of dementia. So, Dr. Patricia Goodman, thank you so much for sharing that story. Listen, if anyone want to get in contact with Dr. Patricia, you can get in contact with her. She's going to leave her information on the Facebook Live, or you can reach out to her at Dr. Patricia Goodman, and she's going to give you information that you would need of the importance of being a caregiver. It's not over yet. it's not over yet. However, we are coming almost to the end. It's time for station of identification once again. We're going to bring to you our next speaker that's coming up. I know all of us need some relaxation. We need to just de-stress, to just de-escalate, to just decompress, right? We all need this as caregiver. And so our next speaker that's coming up is going to tell us how we can do this. How can we de-stress as caregivers? I'm talking to everyone in the audience now. If you are someone you know, I'm going to take a pause for identification. You have just tuned in to the Global Caregivers Network and the Global Caregiver Speakers. This is the Global Caregiver Speakers platform. And we are doing the Heart of a Caregiver Summit, the July 2020 edition. I'm telling you right now, as caregivers, it does not stop. So if you or someone you know are a caregiver, past, present, or maybe in the future, a caregiver, connect with anyone on this platform. And also you can connect with me, Sherelle D. Mims, at 260-218-3377 on how you can become a global caregiver speakers on the #1 platform right now in America for caregivers. This platform here, the Global Caregiver Speakers, is exclusively for caregivers. Listen, we have a voice, and our voice matters, be it professional and or personal and or family. This is what we do. And I'm telling you right now, if you think you're not going to need anyone to take care of you, you may or may not. However, you may be a caregiver, or someone you know is a caregiver. When was the last time you just called a caregiver and just said hello and just spoke to them? How you doing today? How can I be of assistance to you? You know, as a caregiver, it is selfless because we put everyone before us and we kind of forget about ourselves because there's so much to it. We're talking about activities of daily living, bathing, cleaning them up, taking them to appointments, and the list goes on and on. All of our plethoras of caregivers that come forth today, they're sharing their heartfelt stories with you on how they are a personal, professional, or a family caregiver. And so coming to the stage next, without delay, is the wonderful Dr. Dietrich L. Gorman. And she's coming to help us. I'm telling you, we need help as caregivers. She's coming to share on how to de-stress as a caregiver. Dr. Dietrich, I'm going to bring you to the stage. Dr. Dietrich L. Gorman. She is a medical family doctor. She's been in the business for a while, but I'm going to let her tell her story her way. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Dietrich L. Gorman. Listen, help us de-stress, Dr. Gorman, okay?
Thank you. Hello, good day, everybody, and thank you, Miss Sherelle. I'm just so happy to be here, to be a keynote speaker at the Heart of a Caretaker Summit. And congratulations on this great summit. Thank you so much for the viewers that are out there who are listening and partaking and being poured into. And I really hope that by being here, you'll be able to gain more knowledge and strength just to keep on going and to thrive. And I know that just by sitting here and listening, I can personally relate to what some of these speakers are talking about. And so, as mentioned before, my name is Dr. Dietrich L. Gorman. I am a board certified family medicine physician. I'm actually practicing out in West Texas. I'm actually in a rural health community where I kind of do a little bit of everything. I take care of newborns all the way up to 100 years old, all walks of life. I actually even deliver babies. I started on this healthcare caretaking journey pretty early in life. I always wanted to be a doctor, and that was always the goal. But in healthcare, I actually started off as a CNA, a certified nurse's aide, working in nursing homes. This, for those of y'all who know, you knew that could be a challenge. Later on, I continued my education and I did become a physician, thank goodness. And while I was actually in medical school, my father's health was failing. So I was going to medical school in New Jersey. He was in Indiana. That's where I'm from originally. My mom was his caretaker pretty much for the most part. And when I would come home, I would help out as much as I could. I did finish my medical school career. And my dad actually passed away while I was still in medical school. But I was blessed enough to be able to travel back from New Jersey, back to Fort Wayne, and be there in time for when he actually transitioned. And needless to say, those were some stressful days, going to school and knowing that my father was in transition. So after I left medical school, I actually went back to Indiana where I did my residency. And after that, I moved out to West Texas for where I am right now. And my mother and my older sister actually moved to West Texas, my same city, about a year and a half later after I got here. And so in December, I would have been here like 13 years. So I've been here for a while. And just through the years of being out here, my mom's health actually began to decline. When she no longer could, I would take her to her doctor's visits. Oh, did I mention also, I was her family doctor as well. We're in a small town, very small town. So I had that role as well. Some of you all may not agree with it, but I mean, it just is what it is, or was what it was. So now being with her, doing her hospital admissions locally and out of town in the bigger cities, helping her day to day while being a full-time doctor, it was something else, right? And she actually passed away about 3 years ago. And of course, my life has never been the same. She was my girl. She was my buddy. She was my friend. And like one of the speakers earlier said, that you really need to have your mindset ready to be a caretaker. I totally agree. And I feel that you can prepare for it, but when it actually happens, I mean, it's like you're not ready. You're not prepared. No matter how much you prepare, when it actually happens, you're just not ready. And now my older sister is still here. She's now having her own health issues. I'm still a doctor. I'm still practicing full time. I'm still on call. I'm still doing all that stuff. I'm her caretaker and her doctor as well. Not only that, my patients too. So there's a lot that's going on. I'm a caretaker for my patients and for my family. So I do know from personal experience, and I'm certain that some of y'all out there can relate, that being a caregiver isn't always rainbows and puppies and flowers and sunny days, right? And being a caregiver can no doubt be very rewarding, but it can be very, very, very stressful. It can be frustrating, and it can be outright hard and tiring. And, if y'all are out there and y'all agree with that, put that in the chat. And like I said earlier, I was a caretaker for my mom while being a full-time physician. And some of those emotions did exist, the ups and the downs. For me, I would take a bad day any day, to be with her than no days at all. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. And today I actually wanted to share with y'all ways that you as a caregiver can better manage your stress. But before I get into the crux of those tips, I wanted to share with y'all some statistics. And so this is my doctor part coming out. And the information that I'm going to present to y'all is from the CDC as well as AARP. So take a listen to this, y'all. 11% of caregivers state that their role has caused their physical health to decline. Their physical manifestations to unmanaged stress out there, y'all. I'm telling you, unmanaged stress can cause illness. It wears down your immune system. So many things can happen when you're chronically stressed. 45% of caregivers reported chronic conditions, including heart attacks, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, arthritis. Anybody out there know anybody like that? Caregivers have 23% higher level of stress hormones and 15% lower levels of antibody responses than non-caregivers. So what that means is those stress hormones are out there working, chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. Your immune system is wearing down, wearing down, wearing down. What happens? Illness comes in. 10% of primary caregivers report that they are under physical stress from the demands of assisting their loved ones physically. Miss Sherelle was saying about, lifting a person who's dead weight. That wears away on you after a while. Back pain, muscle aches, all that stuff. That's not even talking about the mental, that's the physical. And then finally, women who spend 9 or more hours a week caregiving for a spouse, listen to this, y'all, increase their risk of heart disease by 100%. That's mind-blowing to me. 72% of caregivers report that they have not gone to the doctor as often as they should. And 58% of caregivers state that their eating habits are worse than before they assumed this role. And so the final statistic is like caregivers between the ages of 66 and 96 have a 63% higher mortality than non-caregivers of the same age. So these are definitely some interesting numbers. These numbers aren't necessarily here to scare you, even though these stats are scary. They're here to let you know that caregiver stress is real and that the ramifications, of unmanaged stress is very real. So, but how do you know if you are stressed as a caregiver? I know we heard some great tips earlier and some great thoughts and signs and symptoms. So I'm just going to add to that. If you know that you have caregiver stress, you may be increasingly frustrated. You're just not happy, healthy. You're overreacting to things. Things that may seem very small and minor to a non-caregiver, it just may, want to blow up. It's hard for you to concentrate. You start neglecting your own needs and your own responsibilities. You're feeling just flat out tired and fatigued, depressed. You even may be angry. To be honest with you, I know I've had some of these emotions as well. You may be resentful. You actually may be in denial about the loved one's condition. You may be eating more or eating less, drinking more, drinking less, resorting to substance abuse, that kind of thing. You may not feel engaged, or you may feel detached. You may feel apathetic. I believe it was Ms. Clark had mentioned some about compassion fatigue. That's totally real. You may feel hopeless, unappreciated, and lack of sleep with that worry and stress going on. And we all know when you don't get sleep, just whatever's going on in your life is like 10 times worse. It just adds fuel to the fire. You're just extra grumpy. You're just extra reactive, all that stuff when you don't have enough sleep and you're not well rested. And some of y'all out there who are caregivers may think that some of these things describe you. I know for sure some of these things did describe me, but it's like, yeah, Dr. Dietrich, what can I do to help myself? What can I do to help manage my stress? What are some thoughts that you have? That's fair enough. And there are actually a few things that I would like to share with y'all to help you better manage your stressors, your caregiving stress. And some of this stuff may sound familiar that what was previously discussed, but it's great to hear it again, right? So I'm going to go ahead and get started. One of the things is I want you all to join a caregiver support group or get some coaching. You actually may feel that you're the only one going through this, but you're definitely not. You need to be able to talk with other people who you know and who you understand that they're going through these similar experiences. You can share, you can commiserate, you can gain strength and support from other people who are going through it as well. I want you to look into also respite care. I know this was mentioned earlier in the program. This is going to allow you periods of time to rest and recharge. Respite care is care that is actually offered for a short term to give the caregivers a break. It can include home care, companion care, or you can physically take your charge to a facility. Again, it's not permanent, but it can be anywhere for a few hours even, where you got to run errands, to a few weeks if you need to go off on a vacation or actually just have some downtime. So please consider that. I know we talked a lot about self-care and self-maintenance. This is totally true. I want you to schedule self-care and self-maintenance. Focus on your personal well-being. Okay, you're not the only one who doesn't need to take care of themselves. You're with yourself 24/7. You heard those statistics that I mentioned earlier. It's a reality. Get your checkups. Go to your doctor visits. Yes, go get your massage. Yes, get your mani-pedis. It's more than that too. Get your own affairs in order as well. It's self-care and self-maintenance, personal care. You're the only person you got, really. Okay, so take care of yourself. Okay, this is a good one. I want you to ask for help. It can be totally hard to ask for help, as you may perceive it as a sign of weakness and frailty. This is so not true. It's the total opposite. It means that you're strong if you're willing to admit that you need help. And we all need help from time to time. But on that same note, I need you to accept the help. Okay? When you feel that you have to be the hero about everything, you have to take care of everything, take care of everyone, where you neglect yourself and all that stuff, you can be resistant to getting help from others. But don't do that. Don't be the hero or the heroine. Okay? Again, there comes a time when you have to think of yourself and lighten the load just a little bit, even if it's for a brief moment. So if someone comes to you and asks to offer help, you need to take it. Okay? All you need to do is accept it and say thank you. That's all you need to do. Thank you. Thank you, God. Okay? I know someone else talked about too, they didn't know to even talk up to their human resources person at their job. So for people who are out there actually working away from the home, you may not want other people to know that what you're going through, but it's very important that others know that they're depending on you, and they need to know your full situation. And while some people feel that going to work can be an escape from your home stress, others do not. It may cause extra stress. And so your work performance may be suffering. Talk to your employer about what's going on in your life and that you're a caregiver now. Also, talk to your human resources, because there may be some options for you for taking personal days if needed, or mitigating your schedule to make it more conducive for you to be that caregiver. I want you to start an exercise program if possible. So you may be thinking, oh, Dr. Dietrich, are you out of your mind? I'm busy. Exercise, I can't do that. Think about this. Exercise does wonders for your emotional and physical health. You can even exercise inside the home. Hell, you can even exercise at the bedside, okay? You can do weights. You can do yoga. You can do stretching. You can jog in place. Even if it's 5 minutes at the bedside, you can do that. And what that does is it actually releases those natural feel-good hormones called endorphins. Okay, it makes you feel better. So just even doing that, you don't have to go to the gym for hours at a time, or go walking around the track for hours at a time to just kind of get that heart rate up and release some of those natural feel-good hormones. The next tip is actually very, very important, and it's actually the crux of what I talk about as a physician and as America's relaxation doctor to help manage your stress, and that is to breathe. Dr. Dietrich, I know how to breathe. I'm breathing right now. Yes, I understand you know how to breathe, but I'm talking about deep, purposeful belly breathing. It actually works wonders for your stress and for your physiology. Okay, so I'm gonna just put my doctor hat on real quick. My doctor hat's fixing to come on, okay? And what I want you to know is what deep breathing does is it actually activates part of your nervous system called the parasympathetic nervous system. So we have two parts of our nervous system acting in tandem, kind of always in the opposite of each other. We have what's called the sympathetic nervous system, and this is the nervous system that's activated if you have to flee danger or protect yourself, or if you find yourself needing to be in survival mode, stressed out. Okay, I got to go. I got to save myself. I got to get away from this lion. I got to take care of the bills. I got to, do all this. So that's that sympathetic nervous system. But what the parasympathetic nervous system does is it signals to your body and your physiology, hey, I feel safe. I'm out of harm's way. I can rest. I can digest. I can relax. And what deep breathing does is it activates this parasympathetic nervous system. Okay, so deep, purposeful, meaning breath. I just want to demonstrate a couple of breaths for y'all so you can see what it's like. So, and this is a form of meditation too, guided imagery. Think of something beautiful. So just take a couple of minutes. I want you to close your eyes. Think of someone you love, something very positive, something that just brings a smile to your face or joy in your heart. And I want you to take a very deep breath to where you're feeling your belly poke out. Hold it for a couple, 3 seconds, and then blow it out through your mouth. Come on, try it with me. Deep breath in as much as you can. So, of course, you can extend this deep breathing to last in a few moments or just a few seconds. Whatever you can do just to help calm it down for a few moments. And if you feel you can't do it, in front of people, go to the restroom. More than likely, nobody's following you into the restroom. Just take a few quiet moments to yourself to do this deep belly breathing. And I'm telling you, it will lower your heart rate, lowers your blood pressure, helps with your anxiety. It helps with all that stuff. So deep breathing is like pivotal in managing your stress. Another thing is to actually let it out. So sometimes as a caregiver, like I said, you can get frustrated. You may not be getting the help you need. Sometimes you want to go off on people. You want to just tell them what you're really feeling, but you can't necessarily really do that. But I'm just here to tell you, you can. So just stay with me, right? You can tell someone what you're actually feeling. You can just let it all out. No, nothing holding back. But you need to do it in your car with the windows rolled up. Okay, so I'm telling you, it's such a release. It's such a release. I found myself doing that, like going home from work with a hard day. You just kind of roll those windows up and just let it all out. And at the end of it, you might find yourself laughing or crying, but I'm telling you, it just makes you feel better to get it all out. You're not bottling it all up inside, and you're sure not, popping off at, your co-workers or your charge or whoever you're dealing with. So just letting it out, shout it out. Shout out therapy is one of a great thing. So for those of y'all who have not tried it, just give it a try. But just please make sure the car window is rolled up, okay? And then a couple of other tips that I have for y'all is to journal. So you'll not be able to only release some of the stress that you have, but putting your emotions down on paper, it's such a release, especially if you feel that you don't have anybody in the immediate to talk to, or late at night before you go to bed, you don't have anybody to talk to. You can put things down on paper, and it's just a great thing to do. Okay, you can look back years down the line and look at how you were feeling at that particular point in time and what you were going through. It's such a great way to kind of get some of that out of you. And journaling is just one of the great things to do. Another thing that people may not think of is actually playing music. It not only helps you, but it also can help your charge. So if you have somebody who's, especially like an older person you're taking care of, maybe put the station on to music that they used to like to listen to back in the day. It may bring a sense of calm to them, a sense of joy and happiness to them, where they know that was a better time in their lives, and it can put a smile on their face, and it can put a smile on your face as well. So calming your mind can be totally done with music, and I encourage y'all to try that. And my last couple of tips is a huge one. One is to actually declutter your primary care area. And what I mean by that is having things neat and tidy can help totally reduce your anxiety. Okay. Getting papers together, getting papers out the way, trash out the way, not too much furniture and all that stuff in the way, because when you see a cluttered area, it clutters your mind. It causes extra anxiety. So if you can organize this stuff, get it in a neat, tidy place, it can really help your stress levels as well. And when you have things in a particular position that you know where it is, where you need to go get it, you don't have to feel frantic when you're looking for things. So having a decluttered space can be great, and heck, even extend it to your home, your work, and all that stuff. Decluttering is huge to help calm your mind down. And then finally, I want you to put your power of attorney and other affairs in order as soon as possible. It is very important to ensure that everyone's wishes and expectations are respected and recorded when the charge is of sound mind, okay? Having those difficult discussions now and not later when you're stressed out, and having a plan in place and knowing what to do can greatly decrease your anxiety, especially if that stuff is not done and you don't know what to do. So those are just a few of the tips. There's, of course, many, many more tips to help you learn relaxation techniques and things you can do to mitigate your stressors as a caregiver. And actually, as I come to an end, I personally wanted to say to the caregivers that are out there, thank you so much for what you're doing. I mean, these people out here need you, they need us. And I'm sure no one grows up saying that, oh, I wanted to be dependent on others to live and to be clean and to be safe. It just doesn't happen. So thank you very much for stepping in and stepping up. And also, want you to be the one to say that when it's all said and done, no matter what the outcomes are, you know that you did what you know that what you could do. Okay. You want to have a free heart and a free mind. Okay. All I can say is ask for help, accept help, join support groups, and take care of yourself. You are all you have. And for those of you who are out there listening who are not caregivers and you see that a caregiver is suffering or struggling, please offer to help. Even one day can make a difference. An afternoon can make a difference. Offer to share. You never know what your future holds. And you one day may need someone to help take care of you and be your caregiver. So thank you all for listening. Earlier, I talked about ways that you can de-stress, namely, and I don't know if I mentioned this about, I know I mentioned journaling, but not coloring. Coloring is a great way as well. But I just wanted to mention that it just so happens that I am a 4-time Amazon bestselling author. And 3 of those books actually deal with stress reduction. I have a book titled Relaxed and Ready. It's a simple roadmap to reducing workplace stress and frustration. And here I actually outline what stress does to you physically, mentally, emotionally, in the work setting, as well as at home, as well as ways that you can help better manage your stress. I also have a coloring book called Relaxed and Ready, an inspirational coloring book to calm your mind. So coloring, I didn't really talk about this before, but coloring can actually be an excellent form of relaxation. And in this coloring book, there are inspirational and calming scenes while you focus your efforts on creating something unique for you. And also, if possible, you can color with the people you're taking care of, as well as a means of like bonding and helping with their stress as well as your stress. And then finally, I actually have a 90-day journal titled Grateful and Ready. It's actually a reflective journal to fuel your soul. And here you're actually able to reflect on your daily life events, as well as put to paper how you want your life to be and steps that you can take to help accomplish this. Self-reflection is key, and practicing true gratitude on a daily basis is key. So thank you very much. I want you to please go to drdietrichg.com to pick up your copies or bundle. I have them in a bundle at drdietrichg.com, DRDEITRICKG. And as America's relaxation doctor, I help those individuals maneuver through life's stressful situations by learning ways to incorporate relaxation. I'm actually a speaker, a best-selling author, and a blogger, and I am so grateful to be here with y'all today. Now, that's pretty much it for now, but I can't leave without giving y'all a free gift. I know everybody likes a free gift, right? So I actually have a ebook titled 50 Ways to Treat Yourself Well. No matter the budget you're on, you owe it to yourself to treat yourself the best way possible. So please go to 50waystotreatyourselfwell.com. Please put in the number 50, not 50 with the spelled out, but 50. And I want y'all to connect with me. Please follow me on all social media at Dr. Dietrich G. And I just thank y'all so much for the opportunity to share a few tips about relaxation and decreasing your stress. So I'm telling you, in final say, you are definitely all you have. You need to put yourself at the top of your list to take care of so that you can take care of others. Get your sleep, get your hydration, manage your stress better, get your checkups, all that stuff to make you the best person that you can be. Thank you so much and take care. And I'll put the email address and the website addresses in the chat. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. We all listen. We always need a doctor in the house. Come on through, Dr. D. You always need a doctor. I'm telling you, we always call the doctor for something, but this time we have the doctor right on stage. And so, Dr. D, I know your schedule is busy. Listen, thank you so much for coming in and sharing how to de-stress as a caregiver. And let me just say this while you're up on stage. Another pause for identification here. So, Dr. D, all these wonderful tips that you gave to us, the de-stressing, which one do you use to de-stress?
So I'm gonna say two. One, I'm sorry, three. I do the shout it out. I mean, I'm telling you, I do the shout it out when I get at the end of a long day. I'm in my car on my way home. I shout it out and I just kind of just let the day go. Just whatever frustrated me out the most, I do that. But I also deep breathe. I'm telling you, some nice music in the background. I didn't even talk about essential oils. Some deep breathing with essential oils. Just closing my eyes, thinking of positive thoughts, and taking like 5 to 10 minutes to do some deep breathing. I do that. I really do that a lot. So those are the main things that I do: the deep breathing, the shout it out, and then I actually do journal from time to time as release. And it's great to look back on my previous journal entries. I'm like, oh, I remember that, and things at the time you're going through it is horrible, but then when you look back on it, you can be like, oh, it's so much better now, or I'm going through a different challenge. And so it's a great reflection as well. So I do those things.
And you know what? That is so good because we all need to be doing these things. And let me tell you about the shout it out. With these psych patients, come on through. Come on through with these psych. Listen, you got to go shout it out a lot of times because they come in so many different ways. So absolutely. Thank you so much.
Let me just say my hat off to you personally for being in that line of work, because I know I have a tough job, but I mean, just being in the mental health field all the time, I mean, my heart just goes out to y'all. I mean, I don't know, honestly, if I could handle it. I mean, maybe if I had to, I would, but I just really appreciate how y'all, it takes a certain person to be in that field. And I just thank you, but take care of yourself, please.
And you know what? Thank you so much for that, Dr. D.
Yes.
Because mental health is just different now. It's just different. So thank you. My hat go off to you because like I just shared earlier, all of us are in either the healthcare or some form of healthcare or a family or a personal caregiver situation. So we thank you for sharing your de-stress strategies on how to at least come back into the happy median without naturally, without using drugs, without drinking, without adding the extra additives, because we do know too that all the extra additives can weigh down on the immune system, right? The smoking, the drinking, and the drugging, all these things, and plus all these other entities is in the environment, it weighs on your immune system. And this is why things are happening the way it is. A lot of us do not have a strong immune system. And this is how things are entering into our body. A virus should never be able to get into our body. Never.
Absolutely. And stress is a big wear down of your immunity. Just being chronically stressed at all. Your body isn't meant to be in a constant stress environment. Okay. Your body is designed for stress. Yes. In the short term, when you got to get out of your danger. Yes. You need stress. You need stress to perform. You need that. But when you're constantly at that elevated level of stress over time, your body is just like, I'm done. I'm done. So disease pops in, diabetes, heart disease, headaches, chronic muscle aches, all that stuff pops in because your body isn't geared to actually combat it anymore because your immune system is down. So stress in the short term is fine, but not in the long term. So please find ways to help deal with your chronic everyday stressors. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your time, Dr. D. Listen, stay on because I want everyone to come back after Gary Edward Barr come up from the caregivers, today's Caregiver magazine. I want everyone to come back and recap and give some words of inspiration to the caregivers in the global caregiver aspect. Stay with us, Dr. D. Thank you so much. So you heard it from the doctor, baby. You heard it from the doctor. De-stress, declutter, get in alignment. Do what you need to do for you. Stop. I don't get in. Listen, I don't even have time to do extra. I don't have time to even do extra. So I'm doing the minimal. I'm telling you, but I do extra, but I'm doing even the minimal of that. Because guess what? When you wear yourself thin, you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to do this, you just doing everything. And you have not completed nothing. Watch out for that. And be proactive in your care. Be proactive. Always take care of you first. And with that being said, such a timely time for our wonderful anchor. Our anchor is Gary Edward Bard. I'm going to bring him on up to the stage. I'm telling you right now, Gary Edward Bard. Gary.
How are you?
I am wonderful. I am so excited you're here, Gary. Listen, you are a man of patience. I'm telling you, because we've been getting up, we've been moving around. You sat there all that time just listening. And guess what? That is one of the key strategies for being a caregiver. And so we thank you for your time, Gary. Gary, let me just share a little bit about Gary. Gary is a 30-year, he is a vet in the caregiver industry, okay? If you ever get a chance, go watch him on The Fearless Caregiver. He's been doing presentations and conferences all over the world. Come on, Gary. How did we even connect? It was God ordained. God ordained. Gary been in the business. I'm just getting in the business. So Gary, share with us your caregiver, your fearless caregiver story, and then just give us some more information. Whatever you would like to do is fine with us at this point.
I thank you. The reason I'm sit here is I'm mesmerized by you, by the energy, by the enthusiasm, the tips. I took notes, reams of notes. It's been a wonderful crew that you've put together, and I hope that I do them justice. It's just so many aspects of caregiving that you've covered here, and then you come on and you bring such joy and excitement that how could I walk away? So, according to former First Lady Rosalind Carter, there are only 4 kinds of people in the world: those who've been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who need caregivers. And I think truer words have never been spoken. My name is Gary, and I guess you could call me a serial caregiver. I'm also author of the Fearless Caregiver book, Caregiving Ties That Bind, and You Are Not Alone, which is a book that we put out at the advent of COVID to help people realize that they're not alone. Although they can't go out and they can't do support groups, they can't do social interactions, that they're not alone. And funny enough, even as we're hopefully sliding out of COVID, the book still stands as a information vehicle for family caregivers. I'm also founder and editor-in-chief of Today's Caregiver magazine, trying to get that to show up, and host of 297 Fearless Caregiver conferences, about 280, 2 of them in person around the country since 1998. We've been in 47 cities, 25 states, from Alaska to Southern California, from Maine down to Southern Florida, and everywhere in between, because we thought that the message of being a fearless caregiver, of being an advocate for your loved one, of being the CEO of Caring for Your Loved One, Inc., which is what we are, of sharing wisdom with your fellow family caregivers, was so important that we weren't going to ask caregivers to come across the country to, spend a few days with us, because who could do that? So we hit the road, and we've had amazing experts and amazing family caregivers, and sometimes you don't know who the expert is, who the family caregiver is. We put panels of experts, doctors and area agency folks and elder care attorneys and people in the VA in front of the caregivers and run around with the microphones, getting caregivers to open up and ask questions. And my favorite part of any event, and I don't know when it's going to happen, but it always happens, is what I call Stump the Panel. Now you've got hundreds of years of expertise on the panel. You've got family caregivers who are all experts in caring for their loved ones. And somebody asks a question, and for a long beat, no panelist has the answer. 5 caregiver hands raised, 5 caregiver hands, 6, 7. Here's how I did that. Here's how I did that. We have something on our Fearless Caregiver YouTube channel about a young man, I guess not so young anymore. About 15 years ago, we did a Nashville event, and I walked over to him and he said, you know, my mom's tough. I can't get her out of the car. And truthfully, when it comes to getting your loved one to stop driving, I try to keep that to the last part of any conference because it'll swamp the conversation. But anyway, he asked the question. He said, my mom's tough. I know she shouldn't be driving. She just drives to the store. And I said, does she drive it past any schools? Oh, yeah. You know, shouldn't be on the road. And someone from the area agency and the elder care attorney on the panel raised their hands, and I was at the back of the room with this gentleman. By the time I walked up to the panelists to talk to them, there must have been 8 or 9 amazing responses from the family caregivers who were stopping me and saying, here's what I did, here's what I did, here's what I did. And when I got up to the panel, it was so great. We put on our YouTube channel. I got up to the panel and I talked to the attorney. She said, if God forbid something happens and somebody gets hurt or dies because your mom shouldn't be on the road, and they know they could find a way to prove that, you know, she shouldn't be on the road, they'll take your house. And he stood up at that moment and walked out to call the Tennessee Driver's License Bureau, which is one of the things that he was told. Because sharing wisdom, because learning from your fellow caregivers, because not isolating yourself is the key to any kind of successful caregiving you're going to do, or what we call fearless caregiving. We like to say that the family caregivers are the CEOs of Caring for Their Loved Ones, Inc. And we shouldn't be, you know, left in the waiting room while the experts talk to our loved ones. We should be on top of it. We are all experts in caring for our loved ones, and we put 300 family caregivers in a room. All of a sudden you have all these different people with all these different pieces of the puzzle that no question can go unanswered but from a family caregiver. And I always say that the secret sauce, and here too, as well as secret sauce at our events, is to take that education about asking questions, not stopping until you get clear, concise, and authoritative answers. You should take that out into the world. When it's 3 or 4 in the morning and you raced your loved one into the emergency room and you're sitting in the hard seats with the old newspapers and the cold coffee, and it's freezing, of course it's freezing in there, waiting for the doctor to come out and tell you what's happening with your loved one, and there's a caregiver 3 seats away, instead of saying, you know, I don't want to bother them, I don't want to be go to them. Find out what gets them through the day. Teach them what gets you through the day. Learn how important it is for us to share our wisdom with one another as family caregivers. But I want to say that, Sherelle, I am blessed to be part of this, and I'm thrilled to be your caboose. But you've given me some hard acts to follow. For example, creating caregiving media. We did that. We started that in 95 when we came up with the idea of Today's Caregiver magazine, got caregiver.com, one of the first 100,000 websites registered. And we pick up the phone and talk to people and say, we have information for caregivers, and people would say, "What's that?" Well, the upside now is people do understand that, and there's enough statistics, and everybody's been a caregiver, is a caregiver, will be a caregiver, knows a caregiver, that no one's saying "What's that?" anymore. They're saying, "How can I help?" Grief management. That was, I don't know how she got through that. We're so blessed she's here with us. Sharing is healing, and she shared, and I know that helps healing. It reminds me that the first obituary I saw with anybody saying that they were a family caregiver was about 4 years after we started in 1999. Just ran into it online that, Polly was also a loving family caregiver. And I just thought, okay, now it's getting out into the universe. Communicating with dementia. Absolutely. It's so important to realize that your loved ones aren't trying to cause you trouble. They're just now living with a different kind of, in a different environment, with a different communication skills. And it's up to us to learn how to keep them happy and motivated, and learn what they're trying to tell us. I always say that if you can help your loved one realize that they're, not infantilize them, that they're still important aspect of their family, even if it's putting together mismatched socks so mom can do laundry while you're doing laundry, or dad likes the garden, to have some safe gardening tools and be out with them and let them dig around a little. Whatever it is that keeps them connected is so incredibly important for us. And I know how frustrating it is. Very quickly, I was at a Lisa Givens organization and in South Florida, and there was a gentleman that I knew very well who was living with Alzheimer's, and was going around the country talking to people, going around the world, writing books about what it's like and how the Alzheimer's Association, everybody needed to include the people living with Alzheimer's. And a lady raised her hand and she said, Richard Taylor was his name, and I'm just so upset. I'm so concerned. Every time I go with my loved one, my husband, someplace, he'll ask me where we're going 15 times. And you could see she's getting red and she's getting mad and her face is it's contorting, remembering what it's like talking to her husband about, I told you we're going, here's where we're going. And then Richard said, well, the challenge is for you, it's the 15th time that he said this and heard this as if he never heard it before. For him, he's never heard it before. He's never asked you the question before. He's never gotten your answer before. And what I'd like to say is that at some point, he won't be there to ask you questions, to interact. He won't be there at all. So you have to find a way to enjoy this period of time when you could still communicate with him. And she cried, and she got that. We all got the message. Being a caregiver while receiving care, so incredibly important. The value of relaxation. Caregiver advocates, all of us on this panel, everybody knows that if we don't care for ourselves, we're nowhere to be able to care for our loved ones. And journaling. I tell a story about my grandfather, and it's my first journaling interaction. And I read that Dr. Pennebaker in the 80s did a clinical trial and learned that what happens when you journal and you have negative thoughts and things you're writing terrible. My sister-in-law, she wasn't helping, and you put that down on paper. You actually also export the negative energy. You're able to relax and get rid of some of that poison. I would say at that point, then burn it. But still, the other thing I want to talk a little bit about is one of the most important things we need to remember as family caregivers is the value of humor. And there's so much humor that we deal with as family caregivers that If you're not a caregiver, you're sitting at Denny's after a support group with your fellow family caregivers and you're laughing about incontinence, people are not caregivers. You could tell immediately because they're not getting it. Anyone's laughing at other tables, they're caregivers as well. And we have a part of our conference, and we also ask on caregiver.com, for people's humorous caregiving stories. What are you going through that, you could share a chuckle? And I just wanted to start by sharing a few of those that I've heard at conferences. And I said, we're thrilled to be doing this in July because this very coming week is our first in-person Fearless Caregiver Conference in 2.5 years. The in-person events obviously stopped in March of 2020, and hopefully we're on the road again because that's where the wisdom is. When you're in a rooms with family caregivers, there's nothing more than the wisdom that you get from them. The love, the consideration, hugging, those are important too. So at the end of an event in Boca Raton, Florida, a handful of years ago, caregiver came in. She said, "I'm so sorry. I'm late. But I had my husband at the neurologist, and I had to do that." Of course, you have to do that. I have no problem with that. She said, "Well, the neurologist was testing, and so she asked some simple math questions, and he nailed them, and he felt proud of himself. And then she asked some simple word questions, spelling questions, and the last one was, okay, Tom, spell the word world." And her husband said, WORLD. And the neurologist, trying to make it a little tougher, said to Tom, "Okay, now backwards." And he did this, WORLD. You can't beat the way that our loved ones are thinking sometimes. Real quick, one other quick one. A gentleman told us we had an event up north, and he said when his parents were living with him a few years ago, his wife and he would have his dad living with mid-stage Alzheimer's and shower him and slather him with lotion. And at the end of that session, he'd always say, "Okay, Dad, what do you want, boxers and briefs?" And his dad would smirk and say, "Depends." So again, sometimes you can't beat finding the humor in caregiving. My personal caregiving story started in 1994. Well, 1990, my dad retired and immediately developed bone marrow cancer. And my mom went from partner of 50 years, love of life, business partner, to caregiver and everything that went along with that. And that was about 1.5 years. And I was living out of state. My brother's living out of state. My sister's living close, but she had 2 little babies. And so a lot of it was on Mom. She went, to being a family caregiver. And either my brother and I would come in once every 6 weeks or so for a weekend. And I have to say, and I say this in the most loving way, caregivers are a sneaky lot. Because for those 2 days that I was in town or my brother's in town, everything looked great. It looked fine. It looked like a total control and no problems. And we thought, oh, okay, we helped out and we went on our ways. And I remember by the time 92 rolled around, both my grandparents living here in South Florida took ill with Alzheimer's and strokes and cancers, diabetes. Doctors loved them, insurance companies not so much. And Mom was there as primary caregiver. And I was in Atlanta getting set up to do work for the 96 Olympics. And I would be on the phone with her once a week on Sunday. And she would, tell me how great things were going and put people on the phone with me. And I felt like I was doing something. But one day, the summer of 94, I heard something in one of these phone calls. I heard a crack in her voice. She couldn't hide anymore. And I called my brother and I said, I've got a few weeks. Before all the things I have to do start, I'm going to go down. I'm going to help mom out, make some financial decisions, be with her. I went down for 2 weeks, and it was the most painful, troubling, challenging, questions that couldn't be answered, answers that didn't fit the questions, night and day. Grandpa was in and out of the hospital. My grandmother's in long-term care facility, and that was changing, and mom was sick, and circled round and round and round, to the fact that we were sitting at dinner at the end of the 2 weeks at my mom's house. And I said to mom, wow, I'm glad I came in these 2 weeks, because oh my gosh, look what you went through. And she looked at me dumbfounded, because what was the worst 2 weeks of my life was a normal 2 weeks in the life of a family caregiver. And she didn't at all, she was the frog in the boiling water. She didn't feel it or know it. So I went back to Atlanta, grabbed my things, and came back. She didn't ask me to, but I came back to be what I like to call a caregiver's caregiver, and just help her as she helped her loved ones. And immediately, we were racing around at the hospitals, doctor's visits, yelling at insurance companies, midnights at emergency waiting rooms. And the same thing went on. And I realized, as I walked around, as I went in and out of long-term care facilities trying to find places for my grandfather, as I was sitting in hospital waiting rooms, the best advice I got was from my fellow family caregivers. I got great advice. So one of the first things I did when I went back was I walked into the Alzheimer's Association and talked to a social worker who's still a friend, who was just brilliant and gave me such amazing advice. I think that the challenge here totally is that we isolate ourselves as family caregivers, that we make sure that we don't find the information, we don't find the advice, that we don't find the support we need. And that's what we need to do as family caregivers, is to make sure, now that maybe things are opening up again and we can go to support groups, now that things are opening up again, we can make sure that we go to conferences. What happened 27 years ago was I went into bookstores in and out looking for books and magazines or anything on caregiving, and there wasn't anything. So we decided, well, with all this we're learning from family caregivers, we need to start it. We need to make sure that we're part and parcel of the solution, and that's why we have caregiver.com, the Fearless Caregiver conferences. We just did a wonderful interview with Sherelle that you'll find on our LinkedIn, on our YouTube page. And we've had, Debbie Reynolds, Della Reese, Clay Walker, Clay Aiken, but even they will say the real celebrities that we've had at these events are the family caregivers. And the wisdom shared is the most incredible part of what we need to do. So I want to talk a little bit about, well, first I want to tell you one of my favorite books, talking to books about books, is one of my favorite books because of the first 3 words of the entire book. And the 3 words were, life is difficult. And the book is The Road Less Traveled by Scott Peck. I know a lot of people have read that. And I would say that I bought that book in the middle of family caregiving. I read that, closed the book, didn't need to read anymore. Life is difficult. I get it. But I would add that a family caregiver's life is exceptionally difficult, and we all know that. But now that there are statistics to back that up, I wanted to share some of those with you. The average caregiver will be responsible with a directed expenditure of $40,000 a year caring for our loved ones. And with his Alzheimer's caregiver, caregiving $47,000, out of pocket almost 10% of our annual salary, and we'll lose over $600,000 in opportunities and promotions during the lifetime of our career. And over 63% of caregivers, as you heard earlier, will consider depression our most commonly felt emotion. And the statistic that just stops me cold, and always has, was one that was run a few times by Stanford University. And it goes like this. 30% of caregivers who are caring for loved ones with cognitive issues will die before the loved ones do. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is, for one reason and one reason only: unmitigated stress, unrelenting stress, stress that we didn't address, that we didn't relax for, that we didn't do anything for, it's just killing us. So if we can get a handle on the stress as family caregivers, then we can get ourselves into that 70% group. But the thing that people don't understand who aren't caregivers, oh, don't worry about that, handle that, there's professionals to handle that. I always say that the reason we do it as family caregivers is because we can't do it, because our loved ones need us, because we've never even thought or asked ourselves if there was any other way. So now what? How do we go from being a loving spouse, grandparent, dedicated daughter to being a dietitian, therapist, insurance specialist, medical expert, chauffeur, psychologist, pharmacist, and incontinence expert, and keep our relationship with our other loved ones, families, friends, and neighbors, not to mention our jobs, which a third of us end up losing? See, I firmly believe that the way we handle all this is to take on a new job role. And this job role is called being a fearless caregiver. A fearless caregiver is a caregiver who understands they have a job to do as a full member of their loved one's care team, no less important than the care manager, therapist, or even doctor. You all have jobs to do, and the caregiver's job is to make sure to keep a human face to their loved ones within the system. It's a crucial role because no matter how much they care, their medical professionals are seeing 35, 40 patients a day. Our case managers and therapists have larger caseloads than ever. And sometimes when your loved one's in a hospital, long-term care facility, some members of the care team never even meet them. Yet we've learned over these years that a caregiver can be heard in the healthcare system, and a caregiver can be listened to. But we found significant common traits of these caregivers who are being fearless caregivers, who are CEOs of Caring for the Loved Ones, Inc., who are standing up to the system and saying, who's your supervisor when necessary? First, you have to believe you can make a difference. I mean, frankly, if you don't think you can make a difference by being there, then nothing comes of it. Second, you have to see your role in your loved one's care as being just as important as any other member of the care team. And I say other member of the care team because you are a member. You are the leading member. You're the most important member of the care team. And if your care team doesn't ask you how you're doing, then you might need a new care team. And third, you ask questions. You ask lots of questions. You research, and you don't take an easy no for an answer. A fearless caregiver is one who asks questions of their doctor and does not rest until they receive clear and concise answers. And I've talked to doctors on our panels who think this is a great idea, go in and use the tape recording function on your phone, or bring a separate tape recorder and put that down on the table when you're talking to the doctor. And they're saying, oh, well, if their temperature is 102, then you have to do this and put 3 pills and 4 and 6 in the morning. I've never seen a medical professional talk more slow and clear and concise than when they know they're being recorded. Because you know what happens. We say, yes, doctor. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah. And then we drive home, we go, what? What did they say? So that you need to do. That is the primary thing to make sure you're an equal member of the care team. A fearless caregiver knows how to exercise their rights concerning their loved one's insurance plan, is able to exercise their rights. And I always say there's 2 sets of 3 words that every caregiver needs to know. And one you don't say in the healthcare arena, but you say with your loved one when they're frustrating you, when you can't get through, when they're asking the same questions over and over again, when you don't think you make it another minute. Think about why you're doing it. What's the cause? What puts you there? Put their face in your hands, look deep in their eyes and say, I love you. Because who loves them and who respects them are the last things anybody lets go of. My grandfather was in the last stages of Alzheimer's, lying in stiff in bed at the long-term care facility. I'd be facing him, holding his hand, and I didn't even know he opened his eyes. My mom would walk in the room behind me and he'd go like this, because he knew who loves him, who respects him, who cares for him. That's the last thing anybody lets go of. A fearless caregiver is one who knows how to find the latest treatment options and present qualified research to the loved one's care team. A lot of times we know a lot more about the potential trials that are out there. And a lot of times our loved ones' medical professionals think that maybe a hospice or trying clinical trials is giving up. It's not. It's making sure that the path your loved one's taken is the one they need to take. And that's when, you don't walk into the doctor and say, I hear green tea is good. You make sure that you walk into the doctor and say, here's the information I got on clinicaltrials.gov or I got on caregiver.com. Here's the information. Here's the qualified information that I'd like to share with you to see if that's something you think my loved one should do. Because a fearless caregiver becomes a member of their loved one's care team. And yet, the very first step for any one of us to be a fearless caregiver, a caregiving thought leader, a CEO of our loved one care team, is to care for ourselves. Usually this is where I lose people. Caring for yourself is job one for caring for your loved one. And if I'm at a conference and people are like, then I'll just say, okay, I won't say that again to anybody. As long as you could tell me who will step in and who will care for you and your loved one when you fall apart due to the unrelenting stress that you're not dealing with as a family caregiver. I've never had anybody take me up on that. So I think I've run 30. Sherelle, stop me if you need to, because I can just go on.
You're doing great. Keep going. I'm gonna have you go ahead.
Okay. In July of 2020, my mom lived in her apartment, obviously trying to keep her safe from COVID. She, we didn't realize, but she had a mini stroke, and she called me and said, "Aren't you coming over?" And I said, "No, honey, I'm not coming. I'm not coming over. I told you I'm editing all night." "Well, I have the second bedroom ready for you." I said, "Ma, you only have one bedroom." No, behind the mirrors. And so my sister lives in the same building. I said, "You know what, Linda, we're going to go and see Mom for breakfast and see what's going on." So we brought her bagels and cream cheese and everything she likes. And she kept talking about this other room. And she's talking about things that didn't make sense. I called the doctor, and the doctor said, "Get her to the emergency room now." And rather than freak her out, I said, "The doctor has some great tests," because she knew she was going to get tests. "And it's not going to cost you anything, but we have to go now." And she had a mini stroke. After her stay in the hospital, my brother, my sister, and I took turns with her during those few challenging weeks. And our duties, separate duties, were allocated without word. My brother and I took turns staying with Mom every other night. So for 8 hours a night on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, whatever, I'd be there. My brother would be there on alternating nights. And my sister, who was working from home, living in the same building, would be with Mom during the day. My duties included staying on top of Mom's meds, interacting with the doctors, and my brother took on the thankless interaction of dealing with the insurance companies. My sister, being with Mom all day, dealt with her bills, shopping, helped her shower, wash her hair, and change her clothes. Now, these roles were allocated without word and became second nature, but I don't think it would have been as smooth for Mom or my brother and I if we were in there bathing her and changing her clothes. It just worked out that way. I was honored to be able to write the foreword for an important book on male caregiving in 2011, written by Dr. James Gambon and Rhonda Tavlin. It was called "Who Says Men Don't Care? A Man's Guide to Balanced and Guilt-Free Caregiving." Guilt-free. We could talk for hours on that one. When we started caregiver.com and today's Caregiver magazine, the ratio of male to female caregivers seemingly was about 75 female, 25 male. Years later, better statistics have showed that they're almost neck and neck. In my foreword of this book, I talked about a gentleman named Fred who joined us at our Fearless Caregiver Conference that year in Philadelphia. As he strode up to the registration table where I was standing, he was a big guy, and he looked like he was ready to punch somebody, and I was afraid that somebody was me. And he said, I'm a caregiver for my wife, and my wife's doctor said my wife's living with Alzheimer's, and the doctor said I got to come to this thing, and I don't even know why, but and went in. And everyone stays together for the day, and we have information tables around him and the panel in front. The first session is about getting caregivers to open up, ask questions of the panelists. As the first session ended, Fred, who was sitting at a table near the front, still red-faced, waved me over, and I thought, now I get punched. No, he was red-faced because he was crying. He said, I thought I was the only one in the world going through this. I was so mad, but now I realize all these people are going through this. And he stood up and he hugged me. And the next year, he was ringleader of a table at an event in the same city. So they created a support network for each other. They went to support groups. It was just great. For the first time in his life, Fred had found other people going through what he was going through for years, and he was sitting in the middle of a room full of kindred souls. But Fred's not alone by a long shot. We talk about male caregiving. National Alliance of Caregiving reports there are 66.7 million family caregivers in this country alone, and over 40% are male caregivers. Yet even though a full third of the United States population is caregiving for a loved one, once you've seen one caregiving family situation, you've seen one family caregiving situation. As a male caregiver, I understood Fred's challenges as well as I understand Hal's challenges, although their situations are significantly different. Hal faced the fear of crossing that Rubicon I discussed earlier of so many male caregivers must face at some point or another, and that's changing their loved one's mother, in this case, undergarments. In my role as editor-in-chief of today's Caregiver magazine, I've written about many men taking on the role of family caregiving for loved ones. Along with Fred and Hal, there's Terry, a long-distance caregiver, an artist, a musician of note, who organizes mother's care, as well as any four-star general who organized his forces to wage a successful battle. He said, I didn't even know I was that good at managing. I said, you don't know what you're good at sometimes until you step into the role of family caregiver. And then there's Mark, who's a hand-on partner with his wife, Cheryl, as they cared for Cheryl's mother. Mark had taken it upon himself to become what I called a caregiver's caregiver, supporting Cheryl as a full partner in care, but making sure Cheryl was cared for as well. We all need Mark in our lives. I believe that all of us bring our own history and personal characteristics to everything we do for a loved one. And as our caregiving challenges begins, it's extremely important to know how our character types can help influence our responses as family caregivers. Stay cognitive, stay aware, stay mindful. I've seen many types of caregivers as possible as it is to imagine. Men who are extremely emotional or women who are managerial in nature. But male or woman, male or female, family caregivers are also prone to take ourselves out of that all-important circle of care. We make sure our loved ones get the respite they need, but don't know when the last time any of us had more than 2 hours of sleep at night. Make sure our loved ones have all the medical attention they need, but I'm always afraid to ask people to raise their hand when the last time they went to their basic checkup. Make sure our loved ones get all the nutrition they need, but we as caregivers, where we eat is through a drive-through, ordering at midnight through a clown's mouth. Unfortunately, too many of us caregivers die from a combination of stress, depression, and ill health, or we become unable to care for ourselves, let alone our loved ones, leaving that larger question for the healthcare system unanswered. Who's going to step in and care for the caregiver and loved one when the caregiver becomes ill? It's all there for the asking. It's just in changing the way we think, seeing ourselves as managers, seeing ourselves as bosses, seeing ourselves as equal members of the loved one's care team. So how do we change the way we think? I think it's like the old joke: a tourist stops a native New Yorker on the street of New York and asks, "How do you get to Carnegie Hall?" And the answer is practice, practice, practice. My name is Gary Barg. I'm founder and editor-in-chief of today's Caregiver magazine, caregiver.com, host of the Fearless Caregiver conferences, and it's been my absolute honor to spend this afternoon with you and learning from my fellow speakers. Thank you, Sherelle.
Come on through, Gary. Come on, let's give Gary a hand. The male perspective, yes. Thank you so much, Gary. Oh my goodness. I don't even know where to stop or start or keep this thing just rolling. But anyway, this has been such a wonderful experience. Everyone is doing their thing. But I'm going to have, let me see if I can pull everybody back up here on stage. Because I would like for everyone, we're going to do our finale. Gary, let me just congratulate you on the Fearless Caregiver as you continue with that and all the things that you have going there. Gary has been in this for over 30 years and counting. We just been in the business I know in 1998, where was I at? In the hospital, probably working hard, running through the hallways with 10 IVs in my pocket, right? Trying to get, I'm just saying, over the years, we have just made an evolving turn, right? A pivotal turn. However, things haven't gotten too much better, and that's the sad part about it. But this is the thing, as caregivers, you make a stand for your family members. I'm gonna bring everyone back on up to stage. You make the stand for your family. You do what you need to do for your family members and stay in the race. It's because of them. It's because of us, right? That we're there to take care of our family members. We have to be there for them. I know doctors and all that good stuff about the hospital, but right now, with everything that's going on, I will keep my family member at home as much as possible. Everybody can, let me see the doctor. Everyone, please mute your phone so we don't have no feedback, please.
Oops, that might be me. Sorry.
Because I want everyone, we're going to do our finale. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It may be some people missing. However, those that are here, we want to just, in these last, and we're on schedule, sort of, kind of. However, you can't worry about those that's not here. We're concerned about who is here. Am I right about it? So give yourselves a hand, everyone. Everyone did exceptionally well today. Give yourselves a hand. I thank you all for coming out, sharing your story, and just letting the people know that it's real being a caregiver. So absolutely applaud yourselves, give each other a pat on the back, pat yourself on the back.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
It is real being a caregiver. Come on through here, somebody. And listen, the heart of a caregiver. I'm just going to let each one of you, as we all just stay on the stage for this finale, because God has been so good to us. I mean, look at us. We're still here. We're still standing. We're still taking care of our loved ones. We're still in the hospitals. We're still in the clinics. We're still wherever God would appoint us to be for such a time as this. So with all of that being said, I'm just going to take it around the room, and we're going to start with Gary Edward Barg. And as everyone else is listening, just think about it. What words of wisdom, even if you have a Bible scripture, bring it out, give it to the people, and let them know. Just give them some words of wisdom, words of hope, especially those that's dealing with loved ones that can be what? Irritating, frustrating, hard to get along with. What would you say to them right now? And we're going to start with Gary Edward Barg. And everyone just going to stay on the platform right here. Everyone can mute their mics until we come to you. But Gary Edward Barg, start.
Oh, you want to hear me too? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You are not alone. Look at this panel of amazing caregivers and experts who are caregivers are experts. Look at what Sherelle is doing. It's amazing. I've got a terrific team with me, and we run around the country getting caregivers to realize no matter what, they're not alone. Just a very quick story. We had Della Reese at an event in Philly, adored her, just had a few events with her. And we had 400 caregivers in the room, and everyone's sharing and interacting and learning from each other. And it was a love fest. 3-4 weeks later, I get an email out of the blue from a caregiver who says, I'm alone. Nobody knows what I'm going through. I don't know how to handle this. It's just nobody in this town gets it. And I found out she lived 3 blocks away from where we had that event a month earlier.
Wow.
So you are not alone. There are people who love you. We love you. There are people who are seeking you to support you. The Area Agency on Aging, the Alzheimer's Association, Sherelle, our group, every one of the panelists here. So don't ever think you're not alone, because we know that caring for you is job one.
Amen. Thank you for that, Gary. And yes, this is the thing. It's just so sad because it's a real commentary, though, that people, caregivers, do feel that they are alone, that they have no one to reach out to. Seriously. I hear it all the time, even in the workplace. So we have to be that bridge, so to speak, of resources to reach out to someone and let them know we are here for you. No, we're not going to take on that whole ordeal of per se taking care of someone, but give them the information, give them the resources. Because when you're burning the candle at both ends and it comes in the middle, you have nothing else left. So yes, thank you so much for that, Gary, your words of wisdom to know that you are not alone. Reach out to any one of us on this panel. We are here for you. The Global Caregivers Network and the Global Caregiver Speakers is going to be here. You have my number, 260-218-3377. And you can reach out, email me at Sherelle at Global Caregivers, Sherelle at Caregivers Network. I give it to you. It's just been so much going on today. And my heart is just filled because it's so real. It's just so real of what's going on in the world, man. So I'm going to keep this thing going because I'm getting welled up here, because when you think about really what's going on around the world, we in the United States are, I'm telling you, we're the best country in the land right now. So I'm going to keep it going. Dr. D, what is your words of wisdom for the caregivers?
In thinking about everything that I spoke about and all the caregivers that are on the panel, 2 things come to mind. It's one of them, as far as for relaxation, is when all else fails, just be still and breathe. Okay. Take a deep cleansing breath. Picture your loved ones in loving light. Calm your mind to help reduce your stress. When all else fails, breathe. And the other thing is to optimize your nutrition. You know, as a caregiver, we're stressed out. We tend to run for the things that are less healthy, the quick things, the non-nutritious things. And we need to have our body build upon something that's nutritious. Okay. So you got to give your body something to work with. Okay, when those times of stress are out there. So optimize your nutrition to help boost your immune system and to help give yourself the best possible health outcome. So those are the 2 things I want to part with. When all else fails, breathe, and to optimize your nutrition to be a better caregiver.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. D. Optimize your nutrition. Let's not reach for all the sugary food. Let's reach for some fruit, some where them carrot sticks at, where them celery sticks at. Reach for nutritional food, even though it may not have a lot of calories. And then guess what? We can do a lot with not taking a lot of calories. Listen, my doctor gonna tell me I am obese. I looked at her, obese. Are you serious? From whose standards? So according to the BMI, the basic metabolic index number that they use for your waistline, you're supposed to weigh so much at a certain height. And so I said, okay, Doc, but I'm telling you right now, I don't know if that's going to work, but I will decrease the weight. Okay, we're going to stop eating all the uneducated and non-calorie, all these calorie foods, because look, we eat when we're hungry, we eat on the run, right? And so we don't get that nutritional plate every day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So we're grabbing sugar, caffeine, sugar, caffeine, sugar, caffeine. And meanwhile, that's when that sympathetic nervous system, you got this flight or fight thing going on. I remember that so well, Dr. D, the SNS and the PNS in that anatomy. So thank you so much, Dr. D, for sharing that. Let's eat nutritiously and let's be healthy in what? Our mind, spirit, and soul. Come on, y'all. Next, coming to the stage is Michelle D. Clark. Did I get y'all on that one? So eat nutritiously and keep your weight and your BMI all in order. The doctors always tell us this. So if we're going to be the caregiver, then let's be the caregiver. Although there's nothing wrong with going off a little bit sometime on the bench, right? Come on through, Michelle Darn Clark. What you have for us? Come on. What you
Thank
have for us?
you so much, Sherelle, and all the other speakers on this platform. It has been an absolute pleasure and just a blessing to share a stage with such phenomenal caregivers and people. It's just been amazing. So I would say that mine would be Philippians 4:13, that we can do all things through Christ who strengthens us. Yes. I remember when I first saw that on a keychain, and it really impacted me. And it says all things, not small. It doesn't say some, it doesn't say a lot, it says all things. And so what I would recommend is find a energy source for you. Because just like with a cell phone, if you don't plug it into a source, it will die.
It will.
So my source is God. That does not have to be your source, but find a source, an energy source, something that is going to help to fill you back up, that's going to get you back right. So that way you continue to do what you're doing, not only for others, but for yourself. So that would be my thing, is to just make sure you get an energy source so that way you can be powered again.
There you go. Come on with the energy source. Come on. We have to have it. Thank you so much, Michelle Darn Clark. The D is for darn, okay? That's our little thing we got going here. Thank you so much. Like she just said, whatever your energy source is, make sure it's the right energy source, right? Do what you need to do to keep yourself what? Energized and filled up. Listen, go over the top. That way, if you have to go down, you still have some extra to work with. That's how I do it. Coming to the stage next and telling her story. Thank you, Dr. Michelle Darn Clark. Come on, Cynthia E. Fields. What you have for us, sis?
Well, first off, thank you, Sherelle, for this amazing platform. I've received a lot of feedback already that people are really appreciating what we've shared. And there have been some surprises, people that I didn't even know had provided, served in the capacity as being family caregivers, had joined in, and I had no clue that they had shared this type of experience as we're going through. So with that, the topic of my presentation was how do you support the caregivers in your life? And I just reiterate for those who are not in a caregiving capacity right now, but if you know someone who is a caregiver, consider giving them a break. That was one of the tips I shared. Those breaks are so needed. We've mentioned that sometimes being a caregiver can be a lonely space. It can be a place of solitude where a lot of breaks aren't offered. So if you have the heart to do that, please do so. Lend a listening ear was another tip that I shared. A lot of times caregivers just want to be heard, and they want people to just have an understanding, a better understanding of what they're going through, some of the challenges that they're facing, and just having someone to listen without judgment and show compassion. And the last one was to show up, go for a visit, keep them company, send a card, send something, an encouraging word, a scripture, for something to help encourage them and lift them up, because it's not an easy thing to do. For caregivers who are out there who may be struggling, as I shared that I did, it was helpful for me to identify what I am doing currently as being a part of my purpose that God created me to fulfill. He created me to fulfill a purpose that no one else can fulfill. I'm the only Cynthia E. Fields that exists in this world, in this body, with this spirit, with these talents and capabilities. And so he's already created and carved out the next steps for me. I didn't know that this would be my next step, and I fought against it. But once I was able to release and accept that this is a part of my purpose, then I was able to do it more peaceably instead of having that battle and trying to fight against it. So just, being able to attach it to your divine purpose as assigned by God will free you. I'm telling you, it will free you from the battles in your mind, will free you from some of the emotional battles, the spiritual battles that you face in just accepting what your plight is in life right now. Stay encouraged. Keep doing what you're doing. Lastly, I know I have a lot of tips, but lastly, I have to say this. The support system is so important. And sometimes your support system may not be the people that you thought would be your supporters. It may not be your family. You may think your family will be the ones to support you, and they're not. And maybe some friends, some close friends, and maybe some members of your church, and maybe members of a support group. So even if you don't have that in your realm or your circumference right now, don't give up. Seek out a support group to help you along this journey. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia E. Fields. All the wisdom we need right now, I'm telling you, we need it all. So those of you in the listening audience, continue, like I said, connect with any one of the panelists, the speakers. They have, just a plethora of information. There's so much wealth and information in each one of these speakers. And so we're going to go to the next one. Thank you all that have said something already. We thank you. We're going to move on to Judy Amber. What words of wisdom do you have for the people?
Oh my gosh. I want to thank each and every one of you here first and foremost, because again, this has touched my heart. This is so big, and everybody drops so many nuggets that help. I remember as a child, one verse that always stuck with me, and it just came to me when you said give last words, John 3:16, that always sticks in my head. This is a day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice in it. We know every day is not easy, but we can still find something to rejoice in it. On the professional side, every day I go into work, when I see that smile, when I get that welcome coming in, it is what keeps me coming back knowing I'm making a difference. On the personal side, where it flipped upside down for me and I lost my daughter, I just want to say to anybody who's lost a loved one, whether it's a child, mother, father, cousin, uncle, anybody, grief has no rules. There are 5 stages, but there are no rules. It is a journey. It's a lifetime. It's this new way of life that you learn to live. But live your day every day on purpose, because you matter and you're making a difference. Miss Sherelle, thank you.
No, thank you all for coming in. It has been a wonderful event. Someone has a speaker. Okay, there we go. So this is the thing. Everyone, it just has been so wonderful on everyone coming in and sharing their story. Y'all giving these the audience wisdom, and not just that. Reach out to those that you know that are caregivers. You may be just the plug that's the new word that you may be just the plug that they need. That's the word they're using out there, y'all. Come on now. They're using plug in, plug out, or whatever they're using. But anyway, you may just be the plug that they need, right? We don't want to go through this by ourselves. Reach out, as the record say, reach out and touch someone. Remember that record? Diana Ross and all of them just reached out and touched someone. That's a real song. Reach out and touch someone. Let them know that you care, that you're there for them. I know we be on our little busy journeys, because even in the hospital, girl, I just go sit down, put my feet up. they be saying, where's Sherelle? Hey, Sherelle is on the break. just getting some downtime, some decompression time, some de-stress time. Sherelle gonna get hers. You better believe that. I am gonna de-stress. So with that being said, I'm gonna let Dr. Lisa Kanye Funville tell us, give us some words of wisdom for a
Hello,
caregiver.
Sister Sherelle, thank you for this wonderful summit. All the amazing speakers, the caregivers that have poured into us and gave us nuggets that we can continue with as
Man.
caregivers, as providers, and so forth. But I'd just like to say, one, as for caregivers, just remember, and I think somebody else said it on the panel, you have to step back and regenerate, revive yourself, whatever is necessary for you to do. Even take back a moment, because as everyone has said, being a caregiver is very challenging. It's very challenging, especially, I want to say especially dealing with children. I think, let me see, was it Michelle? She has her son. People have their parents. My mother's 94. She's challenging because she wants what she wants. But you know what? I step back and I look and I say, wow, I'm blessed to have the opportunity to love on her. I'm blessed to have the opportunity to make sure she gets the proper care. And I'm going to piggyback from what Cynthia said. If you are around a caregiver, if you know a caregiver, without them having to ask, offer them a break. Offer them a break. They have to regenerate. They have to renew their minds. They have to step back and get some strength and get their wind and get balance. Anything out of balance is going to tip over. Once it's tipped over, everything around it is affected. In this case, it will be the one that they're caring for. So what you're doing as an outsider coming in to give a caregiver a break, you're helping the patient that they're caring for, or the person or loved one that they're caring for. Because once I can regenerate and come back and have my balance, I can now continue to do a better job in caring for those that are in my presence. So, the last thing I like to say is for everybody, if you believe in God or your higher power, I believe in God. Don't worry about tomorrow. God is already there. That's all I have to say.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that, Dr. Lisa Conley Funvale. Yes. Everyone has given us nuggets on wisdom on how to continue to take care of yourself. And I just keep hearing in the background, you know what, just little songs that just come to me, right? So I don't know if y'all remember George Benson, where he made Everything Must Change. Everything must change. Look around us. Look at what's going on. Everything must change. Anyone have a chance, go listen to that. It is a wonderful song that came out, I think back in the 70s or 80s. George Benson, Everything Must Change. And then Diana Ross, when she made that song, Reach Out and Touch Someone. Reach out and touch someone. It's so many other songs that just come, but those are the two that just came to my mind when you guys was saying some things. Everything must change. Not that it's going to, not that it have to, it must change. Look at us. We're not the same as we was 20, 30, 40 years ago. Hello? Can y'all still climb up that tree and not be huffing and puffing now? Hello? That's why, hello? Listen, that's why in the military, they only taking a certain age because they know you ain't climbing no trees. You can't get over no hump at no 40 and 50. Listen, they cut that thing off. 40 years old, that's it. That's the longest we gonna take. That's the highest age limit they gonna take. Because they know you can't do all that no more, baby. Our whole internally, our body is changing. Externally, it's changing as well. So all we can do is just preserve it as much as we can, slow down the progress of aging. But guess what? Everything must change. That's a given. That's my words of wisdom. Everything must change. And so are we. So with that being said, I am going to let the wonderful Queen Dr. Patricia Goodman close us out with her words of wisdom and a Bible verse. You have the floor, Dr. Patricia.
Praise God. Again, thank you, Queen Sherelle, for allowing me to come and be a part of this great team of people and listening to their story. It just blessed my spirit. And if I had a word of encouragement, pay attention to your body signs, because while I was taking care of my mother, especially, I got sick because I was not paying attention to my body signs. And that's one of the things that she shared on her sick bed. She said this could have been prevented. And that's because even though she was going to the doctor, she really wasn't paying attention to her body signs until it was too late. So we definitely got to take care of our body signs. And if I had to give you a word, it would be trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean not to your own understanding, but acknowledge him and he will direct your path. And I'm talking about the Almighty God. We got to put our trust in him. We can't lean to our own understanding, because if we lean to our own understanding, trust me, we are leaning. But if we can stay focused and keep our eyes on the prize, we will come out more than conquerors, and we'll be victorious in Jesus Christ. Thank you.
All righty. Y'all heard it today. This is it. This is our finale. Give yourselves a hand. We about to close this thing out. It's been wonderful. I am sure the audience and all those that's listening, be it via StreamYard, Facebook Live, YouTube, all of you that have joined us, thank you, thank you, thank you. You could have found something else to do for your last 3-4 hours, but you decided to come join us and listen to The Heart of a Caregiver. This is our July 2020 edition. We're going to have something going on in November. And for those of you that would like to come share your story in November for National Caregivers Month, connect with me or anyone on the stage. My name is Sherelle D. Mims. My number 260-218-3377. Connect with me. We have so much going on. Next, what's up next for the Global Caregivers Network? We're about to do an anthology. And you already know what it's about. It's about the heart of a caregiver. And so for those of you in the listening audience and those of you on the platform, connect with me. We have details about this anthology. It's definitely going to be where you put your words on paper in the book and let the world know all about it. It's all about caregiving. And guess what? Your voice matters. So I'm looking for all of you to be a part of this collaboration in the book anthology, The Heart of a Caregiver. Connect with me or anyone on the panel if you're interested in being in our first inaugural. Anything that has to do with first, it's just something about being first. An inaugural, the first, priority, trailblazers. Come on, I got all kind of words for you. You're a trailblazer. You're a pioneer. You're the first one to be in this book. So we want all of you to join us and make it real. Manifest your dreams. You don't know where God's going to take this. All I know is I'm being obedient to what he have called for me to do. And I thank each and every one of you for taking out the time to be on The Heart of a Caregiver, the July 22 edition. So with all of that being said, we're going to close out. We're going to close out and let everyone go about their day. Dr. Patricia, if you have a short prayer for us, that would be wonderful. And we're going to close out. But we are giving God the glory for this. It's all about him. You have a short prayer for us, and
Yes.
we're going to end this broadcast.
I can have a short prayer. It can be short. Let us pray. Most wise and everlasting God, we just want to say thank you. We thank you, God, for allowing us to come together, Lord. We thank you, God, for us sharing our stories with those around the world, Lord. And Lord, we ask you to continue to watch over and protect us, Lord, as we continue being caregivers, Lord. That's something that will never leave our path, Lord. So, Lord, we just give you the praise and honor, Lord, and continue to put a shield of protection all around us in your precious name, Lord. Send forth those angels, Lord, that you have charge of us to protect us, Lord, in the name of Jesus, Lord. Now, God, the words that we speak, they are spirit and they are life. Let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, our strength and our Redeemer. Amen.
Amen. And that will conclude the Heart of a Caregiver, the July 2020 edition. We thank everyone. We're going to end this broadcast like they do on Clubhouse in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye now.